Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. June 12th, 2019. George Herbert Walker Bush isn't celebrating his 95th birthday today, and it's the 3-year anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting. And since this is the Gematria effect, or the Gematria effect, or however you want to say it, just a little reminder about the significance of this language of letters and numbers. After the Pulse nightclub shooting, there was this motto, Orlando Strong, which equals 612. And of course, the shooting was on June 12th, 6/12, like 612. And what a lot of people don't realize is exactly 612 days later, there was the shooting on Valentine's Day in Florida, just like the Pulse nightclub. Pulse nightclub was in Orlando, Florida. You had the Stoneman Douglas shooting on Valentine's Day, 612 days after the June 12th shooting, 612. And lo and behold, the word Valentine equals 612. And if you go throughout the history of school shootings, this is a number that shows up again and again. Columbine High School equals 612. The Dune Blaine Massacre got gun rights taken away in the UK. Dune Blaine Massacre equals 612. If you don't know about the Dune Blaine Massacre, it was March 13th, 1996. What's strange is that shooting targeted first graders, just like Sandy Hook in the United States. And from the Dune Blaine Massacre to the shooting at Sandy Hook was 6,120 days later, 6,120. And there's actually a whole lot more to this 612 list. It was built on this year. You know, you had the shooting in Brazil on the anniversary of the Dune Blaine Massacre, and they said the gunmen were inspired by Columbine High School. There were 2 shooters at the high school in Brazil on March 13th, 2019. Brazil equals 612. So it's a number that shows up again and again and again and again. And the common theme is the word police also equals 612. And usually these reports are coming from the police. And oftentimes there's drills that are being run by the police around the same time, if not the day of and days close by. So again, you learn this code of letters and numbers, you start to see what's really going on in the world. And besides that, I don't have a whole lot else to talk about. I put out a lot of videos this week, and I missed last week. I apologize. I said I'd do a makeup video. That didn't work out. I ended up having a busier week than expected. So rather than ramble on, I'm going to go out to the callers. The call board's already packed. If you do want to call in, I suggest you call in now because the line's already long. The number is 213-233-3998. And looks like Richmond, Virginia's up first. How are you today, caller? Richmond? Well, hopefully we're not having trouble.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. I hear you.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You're on.
Hey, Zach, how are you, man?
Doing well. Thanks for calling.
You hear me?
I hear you.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate letting me be able to just call in, man. First off, I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, man. It's awesome work, man. It's mind blowing that
Uh-oh. Caller, you still there? You cut out. Caller, if you're there, sit tight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you came back.
Echo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, make sure you're just talking to me through the phone. I'd mute the YouTube video. Don't talk through the YouTube video. That's on time delay.
Okay, got you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that, Zach. This is my first time ever calling in. Again, I just want to say thank you, man, for the good work, man. Just figuring this stuff out, man. It's mind blowing what's going on when you really realize what's happening. The thing that really turned me on to Gematria, I'm a truth seeker myself. Of course, there's a lot of incidents that's been going on in the world, and the one incident that kind of did it for me was the Adam Lanza shooting, where they kind of just stressed the 112, his weight and all that. For me, that was kind of the thing where it's just kind of like, why are they just emphasizing this guy's weight? Like, that's the main topic of the story. So before then, I never really knew about Gematria. So I'm just
and let's just pause that right there. For people who don't know, you can do a research. Just type in Adam Lanza 112 pounds. You're going to see that every outlet reported this every single time they talked about it. Why did they have to let you know that Adam Lanza was 112 pounds? He was the Sandy Hook school shooter, reportedly. What does 112 pounds have to do with anything? And you realize when you type in Sandy Hook, it equals 112. Again, that was synced up with the Dune Blaine massacre, which took place on a date with 112 numerology. 112 is the alt dialing code for 911. Adam Lanza was born on the 112th day of the year, reportedly, April 22nd. And think about his initials, A-L. A is the first letter, L is the 12th. 112. The only certificate they ever put out for any child to prove, show proof of life was Noah Posner. And his supposed birthday is November 20th, 1120. And again, Sandy Hook is 112. And there's more to that list. But yeah, exactly. There's a reason they put these numbers in front of people's faces that seem arbitrary.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like, how I go about my life now, like, I look at the news, everything's so different. I look at, like, when stories come about shootings and killing, I just look at the numbers, what age, and, it's so easy to pick up on now. Like, even like reading like articles online and stuff, you see the age and just read the story itself. It just sounds so ridiculous and just so it doesn't make sense. And then you kind of just put a couple little pieces. Like I said, you look at the age. Most of them are like 33 or 46 or 6. Those numbers that are sacrifice numbers, and it's kind of just pretty much in your face. Like you said, it's pretty much blatantly in your face like that. But another thing I wanted to say before I go, I'm not going to hold you too long, but I know I have your book. I've read, 3/4 of the way through the book, man. Awesome book. Like I said, the first 5-10 pages, like you said, you more than got your money's worth on that. But I recall you saying about the thing that kind of got you with like the 9/11, incident or whatever. But before that, I remember you saying that you never really voted and stuff like that. That kind of resonated for me because I never really voted until this year. And that was only because my wife kind of just pressuring me, rushing me to, do it. I just went in there and did like an ABAA system, just to do it, just to, get it out the way. But even before then, like I never voted, but I've always felt that it was pointless because, like I said, we still got to go to work and pay these bullshit taxes and still, it's status quo. Like nothing's changed. They come and put another guy in, he say he's going to do this and that, and nothing really happens. To throw a little stimulus package out there to make it seem like something's really going on. But end of the day, you still got to go to work and still, be in this system of slavery, pretty much what it is. But like I said, with that story, hearing you talk about never, voting and just feeling like something was right, it kind of resonated with me as well. And that's what kind of got me to do research. That's how I came upon the YouTube channel, subscribed, all that good stuff, man. It's mind blowing what's going on. But my thing is where I'm at now is where do we go? How do we go about the next step of getting this system out of place? You know, it's been going on way too long. You know, it's like, how do we go about the change that we need to make? That's my whole thing now. How do we get out of this, you know?
Absolutely. And that is the $1 million question. A little more than a year ago, I said the time is now to put an end to this federal government. And, you know, that might result in, you know, some tough times that people have to live through. But as long as we're into this system, nothing's ever going to improve. It's only going to continue to get worse and worse. We have to figure out how to free ourselves from this slave system. Like you said, we need, and again, when you think about it, what do you need to live? Okay, you need food, you need oxygen, you need water. Pretty much that's all you really need. And then a nice thing to have is a community. It's nice to have a community, people you know, you feel safer, you know. So, I mean, those are essentially the things we need. And, you know, we don't need money and we don't really need luxuries. And, you know, as a society, we're programmed to like nice things and materialistic things. And that's why so many people, they're invested in this system. They want to, you know, get the money, get whatever it is that they want, the car, the jewelry, the clothes, the big house, the whatever. So it's like there has to be a shift in the cultural mindset. But for the people who are already there, it's like we need to figure out a way that we can create the community that we want to live in, where we have all the things that are necessary to live. But at the same time, as I say that, I realize that even if you got a group of people who were awake and were dedicated to making that community, there'd still be this outside resistance. You know, you still have the federal government. They don't, federal government doesn't want people to do that. Federal government wants people enslaved to their system, participating in their system, paying taxes to their system. So it's like this beast system has to go down. But then once it goes down, it's like you need to have the network in line. The people are say, okay, I'm ready to create community. I'm ready to grow food. I'm ready to take care of my neighbors. So it's a matter of making those things happen. And, you know, slowly but surely, if people keep doing what we're doing here, you know, speaking about a certain subject, you know, building this consciousness around a subject, within this, from me doing this work, there's people who've made real relationships that are just invested in the work, and now they talk to each other and they have phone numbers. If this continued to go on over a period of time, I imagine, you know, more relationships would grow. This kind of network would build. And I've been trying to do this for years, but it's what has to happen to take that next step. And, you know, a little more than a year ago, I said the time's now to burn DC down to the ground because this system's got to go. And the next thing I knew, I had the FBI at my door. So, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, the time really is now to make a move because they're making sure that people can't speak out. People can't share information. And, you know, so we're living in.
Not to cut.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off. I think the other day they were talking about the censorship of YouTube. I was kind of worried about the channel. I was like, oh man, they hope they don't take the whole, take the channel down and kind of, on a thought over mode or something like that. But luckily, they kind of is still up and running, which is definitely a blessing. But just one more thing. I know you got other calls, but funny thing, I know you did the decode on the like the August 11th. There's plenty of decodes on that. But I happened to catch it for myself yesterday on the show, the 911 show, where all like the firemen, the 118s on the engines, and so it's like blatantly all through that show. I just happened to catch it yesterday. I know you did a decode on it before, and you talked about the 118 in that show. And I happened to catch it yesterday for myself to really see how out in the open with that August 11th date. And it's just crazy. They just, just put it in your face. But last thing, I know you're writing another book. When's you have a release date for the second book, or?
Well, I was supposed to be done about 3 months ago. And this is what I did with my last book too. I went way past my deadline for finishing. So,
okay.
Yeah, it was a book that was a review of last year, but now I'm morphing it into something else because we're already too deep into this year. So it'll be done when it's done.
Okay.
And for all the people out there who did pre-order the book, I apologize for the delay. All of you, I'm going to take care of you. You guys are going to get multiple copies. I'm going to lose some money on it, but you guys have had to wait too long. So it will be done, though, when it's done. Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely. All right, Zach, not gonna take any more of your time. I appreciate the just hearing me out, man. Just listen to me. Keep up the good work, man. We got to make this change, man. Appreciate it.
All right.
God bless you, man.
Yeah, you take care, man. Thanks for calling in. You have a good night.
You too.
All right. Yeah, you know, we really do got to do something, and yeah, I mean, I've been saying the same thing for 5 years now, but it's hard because I mean, this system, it's a real system, and most people are enslaved by it. They don't have, you know, much free time. They got to work, they got to grind, they got to pay the bills, and yeah, it's hard to escape that. So, but we got to figure out a way. All right, let's go out to New York.
Hey, hello, Zach. This is Denim.
What's up, Denim, man? I haven't heard from you for a while.
I know, man. I've been trying to, you know, do my thing, my Gematria thing, you know, sports betting and all that. How's it going, Zach?
What's up, dude?
I'm good. Did you notice that the Blues can get their 210th, I believe, playoff win if they win the title? Actually, I'm way wrong. It's actually the 180th win.
Right, they can get 180.
Playoff win as a franchise.
Right.
Yeah, and Jordan Binghamton equals 180.
Yeah, yeah.
The rookie goalie.
Right.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I did catch that. Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to say one more thing before I get off. I had 2 points. The first one was that about the Blues goalie. And the Game 7, I know you have Warriors in 7, and so do I. Game 7 is on Father's Day, right?
It is.
That's the day leaving 198 days.
Right.
You know how the Bulls and the Warriors, Jordan's Bulls and these Warriors have a lot of connections?
Sure.
Yeah, Jordan won his 4th championship on 6/16 as well.
Huh. Good observation.
Yeah, and when you write in 4th championship, it equals 198.
Huh, that's funny. Yeah, it's a good observation, man.
Yep, and the Warriors would become 16-7, as you know, if they win both of these last games on the 167th day of the year, and Warriors win equal 167.
Good work, man. Yeah, it's good work.
Yep, that's all I got for you, Zach.
All right, man. You have a good day. Take care.
All right, thank you.
All right, see you. All right, we got another New York caller. What's up, New York?
Well, thanks again, Zach.
What's up, Rainbow?
Well, it's been pretty interesting, but I got a kind of a long decode, so I can't really mention some craziness has been going on. But 2 weeks ago, it was another great show as usual. One of the best callers, Johnny Stash, Long Island Johnny. I have to shout out to him. He has kind words for me and encouraging words each week, and I really appreciate it. I sent him a text. I don't know if he got it, but I appreciate the kind words, Johnny. But he had 2 weeks ago, he brought up the number 770. He noted that the headquarters of the Shabbat Lubavitch was 770 Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn, New York. And the phrase, the house of Messiah, base Moshiach, comes to 770 in Hebrew Gematria. He also noted that the distance between the Grand Mosque in Mecca and the Temple Mount in Jerusalem is 770 miles. The interesting thing was that his call synchronized with that of another great caller, Denise, reporting of the Oroville Dam. The Oroville Dam happens to be 770 feet high.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that Oroville Dam, because Denise said she believes there's going to be a birth ritual, and I think she was on the money. A central theme, maybe the most central archetype, esoteric theme, and universal principle at play in human history and current world events is the divine feminine principle or sacred feminine principle. I've spoken on it before, and I'm speaking on it again because it is at the heart of the Illuminati agenda. Heart being a divine feminine symbol. Heart is an anagram for Earth, like Mother Earth, whom the elite powers are in the process of destroying. The divine / sacred feminine principle is not a literal flesh and blood female, but a metaphor for the forces of empathy, care, compassion, and love, which dark, esoteric, elite forces ritually destroy in multiple events. The divine feminine has also been destroyed by removing the goddess from the Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, which teach an exclusively masculine source of creation. When the elite desecrate the source of creation, they will ritually desecrate a divine feminine symbol. But they will also invoke the divine feminine in their own manifestation rituals to birth new projects and endeavors. The two most significant sacred / divine feminine esoteric symbols are Venus and the moon. So the gematria of Venus and the moon are crucial in decoding history and the modern day. The most prominent Venus gematria number is 54. The most prominent moon gematria number is 57. 54 and 57. Venus and moon. The Freemasonic founders of the United States of America invoked the divine feminine creator, mother, birther, when they specifically chose July 4th as the start date for their new project, which they dubbed the New Atlantis. First of all, July 4th is under the zodiac of Cancer. Cancer zodiac is ruled by the moon. Also consider that the moon determines monthly cycles and is thus related to the reproductive systems of females. The moon influences water as it controls the tides. Human life comes forth from the water of the amniotic fluid of the mother's womb. I've spoken on how bathtub rituals are used in destruction of the divine feminine rituals, as in Whitney Houston's death, her daughter Bobby Christina's bathtub death, Playboy playmate Cassandra Lynn Hensley, her bathtub death, celebrity fitness trainer Mandy Blank's bathtub death on a Monday, Moon Day. Her name Mandy sounds like Monday, and many other bathtub rituals involving females. Many women prefer to give birth in bathtubs. The water is associated with the source of life and the divine feminine. The United States Freemasonic founders considered the United States New Atlantis. Think of the water association with Atlantis. In Gematria, Atlantis comes to 57, like moon equals 57. 4th of July, spelled out, comes to 57. The U.S. capital is the District of Columbia. Columbia, the goddess whose name comes from the French word for dove, colombe. A dove represents the sacred / divine feminine principle. District of Columbia sits between Virginia, Virgin, and Maryland, Mary, Virgin Mary. What is Virgin Mary known for? Birth. In Gematria, Mother of Jesus comes to 57. Mother of Christ comes to 75, the reflection of 57. There's an even greater synchronicity with the name Mary. Mary comes to 57 and also 51 and 21. Like moon, 57, 51, and 21. Mandy comes to 57, a name that sounds like Monday, which is named after the moon. July 4th, spelled out, comes to 51, like moon equals 51. Nativity comes to 51. The womb holds amniotic fluid. The moon affects water. Amniotic comes to 51. Water is formed by hydrogen molecule. Hydrogen comes to 51. The most salient women's rights issue in the United States is the abortion issue, which centers around the 1973 Supreme Court case Roe versus Wade. Think about those two names in relation to water. Two ways of navigating through water. Row, like row a boat, and wade, like standing or walking through water. There is a Roe versus Wade movie to be released in 2019, but the release date is yet to be determined. There was a Roe versus Wade television movie which aired in 1989 on Monday, May 15th, 15, a gematria value of moon, and May 15th is under Taurus, which is ruled by Venus, the other divine feminine celestial symbol. 2 weeks ago,
you might. Hey, let's pause right there. Commercial break. We'll be right back, everybody. Great work. Okay, so again, if you're on the phone, this could be irritating because you hear the commercials and you hear my voice, but we are streaming on YouTube. And during the commercial breaks, I've been interacting with the YouTube chat, so I will be scanning comments. For the person who said, did I get your email? Sorry, I haven't seen it yet. I get a lot of email. You got an 18-year-old who's grateful for the knowledge. Very cool. Very cool. What's up, everybody? Appreciate the hellos. I don't think Rambo has a YouTube channel yet. He's going to do it someday, though. So. The glasses are for to protect the eyes from the blue light. So my eyes were starting to burn a lot a couple months back, and I got these, and it's been a lot better. So somebody said they should make a wiki page for me. I guarantee if you try to make me a wiki page, it'll be deleted faster than you can make it. So a lot of people have tried it, always gets deleted. The person was talking about how if the Blues win tonight, they'll get their 180th playoff win, and Jordan Binnington, their goalie, equals 180. Well, I don't know about every sports league, but definitely it's huge in American sports. You know, you got the Women's World Cup yesterday, 13 goals scored, and a nation with 13 stripes on the flag, 13 colonies, 13 years of public school programming. USA equals 41, the 13th prime. Okay, we're coming back from the commercial. Welcome back, True Seeker. We're back from the commercial break. We got Rambo on the line. He's doing another brilliant decode. We're taking your calls all night. We got 2.5 hours of show left. Just talking to the chat, somebody asked if I ever cover history. You know, to that person, I'd encourage you to pick up my book. It's mostly history. And you'll learn a lot if you read my book. So, yeah, I don't just do current events. When I have my daily podcast going again, we usually start up with this day in history. So hold on here, right as I was about to go out to Rambo, we got a technical error. There we go. All right, Rambo, you still there?
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry about that interruption, but please carry on where you were.
All right. 2 weeks ago, I wanted feedback.
All right, let me turn down the volume. How's that?
Yeah. 2 weeks ago, again, 2 weeks ago, the great caller Denise in Oroville, California, stated brilliantly that a potential breach of the Oroville Dam would be a birth ritual. I applied divine feminine gematria to the Oroville Dam, and there's so much birth/divine feminine synchronicity that I think the dam, like the World Trade Center, may have been built for a ritual. Construction of the Oroville Dam began in the groundbreaking for the Oroville Dam was done in the year 57, the big moon number. 75 is the reflection of 57. In the year 75, there was an earthquake at the Oroville Dam caused by the weight of the dam and the lake on a fault line. The magnitude of the earthquake was 5.7. In Gematria, birth ritual comes to 57. Birth comes to 57. Childbirth comes to 57. Zach discovered a Gematria flood code, which multiple floods and water-related events are coded with. The flood code is 52 and 25. In Gematria, flood comes to 52 and 25. I posit that not just Oroville, but dams in general are metaphors for the divine feminine procreative ability of generation and source. The water, a metaphor for the amniotic fluid of the womb. In Gematria, fluid comes to 52 and 25. Water birth comes to 52. The medical term for pregnancy is gestation. Gestation comes to 52. Fertility comes to 52. Mother's Day comes to 52. Mother Day, which is held in the second week of May under Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. Earth equals 52. That is Mother Earth. Heart equals 52. Isis, the ancient Egyptian goddess, divine feminine, Isis comes to 52. Hydrogen molecule comes to 250. The letter H, the numeral 2, and the letter O, H2O, comes to 25. In the destruction of the sacred feminine rituals involving the bathtub death of female celebrities, the bathtubs are often reported to have been overflowing. Overflowing comes to 52. Spillover comes to 52. Venus is the goddess of love and sacred feminine symbol, which is the moniker beautiful star. In Gematria, the term beautiful star and the phrase bathtub ritual have a perfect synchronicity in all four base ciphers. What I call a Gematria jackpot. That's beautiful star and bathtub ritual. The big Gematria code number for Venus is 54. The Oroville Dam officially opened on the date 5/4, May 4th, in 1968. May 4th under Taurus, which is ruled by Venus. There was a major dam destruction event this year, 2019, in Brazil, which you covered, Zach, on your blog and your YouTube channel. This was the Brumadinho Dam, which failed on January 25th, 2019. That's 125. 125 and other 3-digit numbers made up of 1, 2, and 5 are dam/mother birth code numbers. Brumadinho Dam failed on January 25th, a date with 125. Oroville Dam opened on May 4th, 1968, the 125th day of the year. In Brazil, they state the date as 25th January, written 251. 251 is the 54th prime. 54, the number of Venus. And the Oroville Dam's opening date. Friday is named after Venus. Friday in Latin is Verenis. The Brumadinho Dam breached on a Friday, January 25th, 2019, which is a Friday. Plus 25, the 25th, is a flood code. In Gematria, Brumadinho has the moon numbers coded into it. Brumadinho sums to 57 and 51. It's like moon is 57 and 51. Also, the Hoover Dam, which is constructed by the 6 companies, the name of the firm, 6 companies, has Gematria 57. I demonstrated how Sacred Feminine and the Virgin Mary is invoked in the United States founding and in birth rituals. The Madonna being a symbol of birth. Again, 251 is the 54th prime, 54, the Gematria of Venus. 251, 25th January being the date of the dam breach and metaphorical water breaking. I first learned the following from you, Zach. The birthday of the Virgin Mary is September 8th. In a non-leap year, that is the 251st day of the year, 251. The phrase, Mother of Jesus Christ, comes to 251. Messiah in Hebrew is Moshiach. In Gematria, birth of Moshiach comes to 251. Also, the popular nursery rhyme references Venus. The line, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, comes to 251. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but just to emphasize, the Oroville Dam was opened on the 125th day of the year under Venus, which rules Taurus, on a Venus Gematria day of 5-4. More Gematria evidence of a ritual correlation between Virgin Mary and flooding/birthing. Catastrophic flooding is 215. Mother of Jesus Christ, 251. Catastrophic flooding, 98. Mother of Jesus Christ, 89. Catastrophic flooding, 109. Mother of Jesus Christ, 109. There's an important work in popular culture on this topic. That is the 1968. And Zach, you've emphasized the importance of the year 1968 throughout history. The movie Rosemary's Baby was released by real-life Satanist Roman Polanski about a woman, Rosemary, who, like Mary in the Bible, has an immaculate conception. But instead, the father of her baby is Satan. This movie is given elite Hall of Fame status by the U.S. government. In 2014, it was officially preserved in the National Film Registry by the Library of Congress of the United States as a, quote, culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. The half-human satanic baby is referred to as a moon child. It's about the birth of an antichrist. Rose and Mary separately have a Gematria jackpot perfect match of 57, 21, 51, and 24. Moon matches Rose and Mary at 57, 21, and 51. Rosemary's Baby was released June 12th. That's today. That's the anniversary of the release of Rosemary's Baby. 5 weeks and 4 days before the opening of the Oroville Dam on 5-4, the Venus number. 18 is also a Venus Gematria number. Rosemary's Baby was released 1 month, 8 days before the opening of the Oroville Dam. And the name of the woman who bears Satan's moonchild in the movie is Rosemary Woodhouse, played by Mia Farrow. In Gematria, Woodhouse sums to 125, just like Oroville Dam opened on the 125th day of the year. Maternity sums to 125. McCurdy, and Woodhouse match perfectly in 3 out of 4 base ciphers. Sacred feminine sums to 125, as well as other related terms. And breach sums to 125. I'll stop there, but I have more on that, like Madonna's 2012 Super Bowl halftime show where her throne was shaped like the Hoover Dam. That has the same point of Madonna, Virgin Mary. So I'll say more on the topic. But I think if the dam does go, it's very likely it could go on a Monday. If it does, hopefully it doesn't, or maybe a Friday. But I'm also looking at July 16th because there's a full moon on July 16th, and that's a very significant anniversary. That's the founding of the Congress of Wilhelmsbad, is the Illuminati's coming out party. So that anniversary plus a full moon, there could be something going on there.
Well, very interesting work as always. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Orville Dam, you said it opened in 1968, or that's when construction began?
No, they said the groundbreaking.
Groundbreaking.
In 57.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, but the official opening was 1968, yeah.
Yeah, I did not realize that. Yeah, that's concerning. Yeah. I'm thinking next year would be 52 years. So.
Oh, yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah. Well, excellent work as always. Yeah, man, the way you connect the dots is amazing. So brilliant work as always.
I appreciate it.
All right, keep up the great work, and hope you have a better week than last. Sounds like some things went wrong this past week, huh?
Well, not really wrong. I didn't want to get into it, but there was an incident 2 nights ago where the sky lit up at 11:45 at night, and the sky lit up. It was like when they had the blue sky in New York City and Queens,
right?
At the end of last year,
right?
Something similar to that, but just a media blackout. The sky lit up to the. I mean, so it's not. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't want to get into it because I had kind of a long decode.
Sure.
Maybe I'll get more into it later, but it's the freakiest experience I've ever had personally, and very few people seem to have seen it.
Huh?
It's real short, but yeah.
Well, be safe out there, man.
All right.
All right. You have a good night. Great to hear from you as always. You take care.
All right.
All right.
All right. Take it easy.
I've actually never seen the film Rosemary's Baby, so I didn't realize it got all that honor from the government. That's really interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. All right, let's go out to West Virginia.
Hey, Zach, it's Bonero.
What's up, man?
It's been a while.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
Okay, I'm just going to get a point right off at the beginning, and then I'll explain it to everybody. Okay, it's like this, okay? Imagine if you just put a blindfold on, you took a dart and you threw it at the calendar, and just picked a date, and it just hit there, you know? What are the chances that the numbers in your name, if you add them together, is going to say how old you were when you threw that dart and picked that day, and if you multiplied them together, are going to say the date that you hit. I mean, what are the chances? About like 1 in a zillion, right? Now we're talking about this Pulse nightclub shooting, and you have to use the septenary cipher to see this, okay? And I've noticed that there's always something with the killer in the septenary cipher every single time. Now, the shooter is Omar Mateen, or his full name, Omar Mir Sadiq Mateen, okay? Now, when you add the numbers in the septenary cipher together, Omar Mateen is 29, and he was a 29-year-old. But when you multiply the numbers for his full name, Omar Mir Sadiq Mateen, it equals, it starts with 126 and has a bunch of zeros that don't mean anything after it. So there it is on 12/6. I mean, the odds of that are so small that it proves beyond any shadow of a doubt in my mind that this is clearly contrived. Now, Omar, the numbers in the septenary cipher are 9, and if you add them together, and Mir is 11. So you got 911, and Sadiq is 288,000 if you multiply the numbers like the point on a pentagram, and added together is 39. Okay, so like, you know, Flight 93, you know, and Mateen multiplied is 175, like Flight 175. So we have 911, 93, and 175, a whole lot of numbers that have to do with 911, all in this guy's name, added together, and you add his name without his middle names in there, and it gives us how old he is, and multiplied together, it tells us the date that he did the shooting. That's freaking amazing. Now, get this also, okay? There's a lot to do with the Great Tribulation here, okay? I don't think it's a stretch to say that anytime these killers do their business, they're mimicking what's known in the Bible as the Great Tribulation, the last 3.5 years when the Antichrist is supposed to rule and kill everybody, okay? Well, Omar Mateen, okay, well, just Mateen, if you use multiplication reduction, which is like addition reduction, except you just keep multiplying down to get smaller numbers, okay? You take Mateen and you keep multiplying through multiplication reduction, you get 35, and the Great Tribulation is 3.5 years. Now, in the reduction cipher, Omar Mateen together is 42, which is how many months are in the Great Tribulation. And then, like we said, 12/6, that's how many days are in the Great Tribulation, 1,260. So I don't think there's any question that he's being compared to somebody that's bringing tribulation to a lot of people. And 12/6 is also a Kabbalah number that's related to the cube. So it's just depending on how many zeros you start with, and if you divide the numbers in half, you can, a cube. Just explain this because people aren't going to understand. A cube, if you add all the angles together, is 2,160. Okay, so it's very related to that number. So 12/6 is another way. It's not scrambling. It's actually just how you divide it out, how many zeros you use when you start your division. But I've made some videos on it. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you about how it relates to 9/11 and how his name codes both how old he was and when he was going to do the shooting, which is freaking amazing. And I suspect there's a lot more like this. If we start looking for it like this, we'll probably be able to predict some more of these shootings and things. The better we get at this. So, all right, man, that's all I got for you. And no, it ain't, because Rich will probably get mad if I don't mention Facebook, and because we have Daily Dose of Gematria on Facebook. We hope you guys will come on there and join. And we do put a lot of Zach's videos on that channel, and then they're on Facebook, and you can share them everywhere. So, and of course, I put my stuff on there too, and so do others. Got a lot of good stuff going on that channel. So that's Daily Dose of Gematria on Facebook, and you can also order the cards there. I'm sure Zach will tell you more about the cards. I ordered them. I give them out to people, put them on people's windows, give them to people to drive through, that sort of thing. And it's kind of interesting. People start reading it and they get an interesting look in their face because, even though we're kind of like in a bubble, an echo chamber here where a lot of us know what's going on, there's still most of the world, probably 95% of us still don't have a clue. So it's always interesting to see those faces, and people really considering, what in the world does this mean, So, all right, well, I'm going to let you go.
All right, man. You have a good night. Okay, so yeah, his decode was pretty complicated. Honestly, I didn't really follow it, but he does have a channel, Bow and Arrow, and perhaps he has a video on it. And I'm sure if you're watching and you have the visual to go with what he's saying, it's probably a lot easier to understand. So I know he's doing good work, but at the same time, I always think it's best to just keep this research more simple. For example, when I was telling people that LeBron James was going to come back and win the NBA Finals on the real King James's birthday, and then he did, and I showed him how, the losing team went down with 89 points, and when you write out King James with the alphabetic order, it sums to 89. For some people, that's just too much right there. So you start doing all these mathematical calculations and whatnot. I know you're definitely going to lose people, but anyway, you really don't have to make this subject so complicated. And by all means, I'm not saying that you shouldn't complicate it more, because perhaps he's going to discover something that hasn't been discovered. But if you're introducing it to people, I definitely keep it simple. So, and also when you're giving a decode over the radio, it's always better to bring something a little bit more straightforward that can be understood, because a lot of people need the visual component. If you're just listening, it can be a little bit trickier to follow. So let's go out to Bellevue, Washington. How are you?
How's it going, Zach?
It's going all right.
All right. I don't have that much to add tonight, listening, but I find it kind of interesting about the Raptors playing the Warriors in the finals. Raptors kind of sounds like rapture. That's kind of a religious word.
Right.
I don't know if that has anything to do with the Jewish, hail or whatever you want to call it. But what's your thought on that?
Well, I put out a video on this yesterday. Last year on Tisha B'Av, I told people to circle those dates because there's usually some tragedies in the headlines, and there ended up being tragedies on both days of Tisha B'Av. You had the shooting hostage situation in Los Angeles at the grocery store, and that was July 21st, and then the next day, July 22nd, which was the second day of Tisha B'Av, you had the shooting in Greektown in Toronto. And what's interesting is Greektown equals 118. And this year, Toronto is facing the Warriors in the NBA Finals. This is the 73rd NBA season, and Game 1 was exactly 73 days before August 11th, and the Raptors, they won that game with 118 points. And, of course, the Warriors play in the Bay Area, and we've been talking about the Bay Area perhaps being involved in this planned ritual on August 11th. And they're facing Toronto, who had the Tisha B'Av shooting last year on the second day of Tisha B'Av, where we're more focused, or at least I am, I'm more focused on the second day of Tisha B'Av this year rather than the first day. So, yeah, I think it is very interesting that Raptors does sound like rapture, because this all began with what they were putting in the media September of 2018. And they were saying, Revelation's coming, the third temple's coming, the the prophecy's coming. So
And usher in the Messiah, apparently, huh?
Right.
Now, I kind of back to the Raptors against the Warriors. Kind of reminds me of that picture you have on your blog of Godzilla holding onto the Golden Gate Bridge.
I have a picture of that?
Yeah, I think you do on your blog, don't you? Somebody does. I thought you did on your blog.
Well, I have so much stuff on there. I know in the film Pacific Rim, which has big monsters, San Francisco gets attacked on August 11th, and the Golden Gate Bridge gets destroyed on that day. So perhaps it's imagery from that.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere had something posted. I thought it was on your blog, but there's definitely a picture out there of Godzilla holding on to the Golden Gate Bridge. So now, I don't know. It's like the strait that goes into the San Francisco Bay there. It's called the Golden Gate. So it's the strait. It's called the Golden Gate. Kind of like in Washington, it's Strait of Juan de Fuca that goes into the Puget Sound. So the name of the strait there is called Golden Gate. Well, that's interesting. So it could be anything in the area.
Right.
Yeah. So then the other thing I wanted to bring up, I don't know, have you heard much about the magic square or the decoding of the magic square, using a magic square to decode messages?
This is something that we've looked at in the past, and it's been a minute. What are your thoughts?
Well, I was just introduced to it. I kind of came across it while I was looking for more information, and it looks really difficult to crack, because there's so many ways you can do it. But I don't know, I thought about dabbling in that, seeing it's definitely an occult ritual thing. I'm not an occultist, but we need to learn what these people are doing so we can see through the bullshit. Sorry about my language there. So I thought if anybody knows anything about that, I'd love it if they brought it to light. If they know anything about decoding using a magic square. It's pretty interesting, but really looks like really difficult because there's so many ways you can code it up. So
Sure.
Anyway, that was something I wanted to bring up. But that's it for tonight. This is a great show so far, man. Great stuff.
All right.
Bring in the stuff.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning
right.
in. Yeah, great observations. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Yeah, take care, man. Thank you. All right, we got about 30 seconds until the break, and rather than go to the next caller so they get cut off right away, I'll just let you know who's coming up. Pinehurst, Texas, Asheville, North Carolina, New York City, Wisconsin, New York again, Phoenix, Arizona, Lawrence, Massachusetts, Sacramento, California, Philadelphia, Florida, Minnesota, Wilmington, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Michigan, California, can't tell what town that is, SNMN, New York City, Miami, Texas, Nevada. We got a full call board. We'll be right back, everybody. Sit tight. Okay, we got a couple minutes for the commercial break. Again, if you're on the phone, apologies. You hear my voice in the commercials, just interacting with the YouTube chat during this break. I don't know the name Barnabas Nagy. I don't know that name. I'd have to look it up. Hi, Dana. What Rich told me is that you got the cards. I really appreciate that. And he said next week you wanted to call in, so I was planning on that. He said Chigozie Truth, who has a YouTube channel, was going to phone in tonight, so I'm waiting for Chigozie to get in contact. Please send me a message on Skype so I can get you added to the Skype connection list I have. You have to connect to the radio show through Skype. Okay, yeah. If Dana wants to connect tonight, that's perfectly fine. Let me see. What's my Skype handle? So Dana, send me a message on Skype on Free to Find Truth. All is one word. Free to Find Truth.
Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question 3. This code has been compromised.
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We're going to try to connect to somebody again. For the last few weeks that we've done a show, we've had somebody come on at the beginning who recently purchased the cards to help spread awareness about this knowledge. And this week I heard the guest was going to be Chigozie Truth. Some of you might be familiar with Chigozie. He has his own YouTube channel. He's been doing this work for, I've lost track of time, maybe 2 years now. And I got a kick that he got the cards and was going to be this guest this week, but I think something came up for him. So we have another great contributor, Dana, and see if she can get connected here. While I wait for Dana, let's go back out to Pinehurst, Texas. They were up next. So Texas, you're on.
How you doing, Zach?
Hey, what's up, man?
Don't have much to add, just listening in. Sorry, I missed you the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I know. I think I've missed 3 out of the last 4 shows, which is not normal, but that trend should not continue. So,
yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, man. I appreciate it. Oh, go ahead.
All right, take care.
All right, yeah, you have a good night. All right, Asheville, North Carolina. Thank you for your patience.
Hey, Zach, what's going on?
Hey, man, thanks for calling.
Well, I really appreciate everything that you do, and your book is the bomb. People need to get the book.
I wish they would. I wish they would. We could get this movement where it needs to be, but for whatever reason, people don't want to pick it up. I guess $5 costs too much. So.
Well, you know, you're hurting us with your cheap book price and all that.
Are you saying I should raise the price?
No, I don't think you need to raise the price. You're not going to raise stupid.
So what's the solution?
The solution is in-person, like person-to-person activity. That's how we do our business here with Fermenti, and you know, we're fighting the same war that you're fighting. What we do is we try to like get through to people one person at a time, one cell at a time. That's the only way it works for us.
So, how do you achieve the person to person? You have a lot of people come into your actual store?
No, we don't have stores. We do farmers markets, and we crush the people, man. We make them understand, you know, and they come to the farmers market, and we just basically just be like, bitch, fucking do that.
Persuasion, okay. Well, maybe I need.
Well,
go ahead.
I can tell that there's a really long lag in what I'm saying to you.
Well, no, there's not. It's just you keep pausing, and I'm thinking you're going to go to the next thought, so I don't want to interrupt. But
okay, well, it sounds like there's a really long lag, but your book is the thing that people need to buy. People need to buy your book, for real.
well, I know if people read the book, you know, the knowledge would be spreading a lot more quickly. And every single day, people are asking me the same questions over and over and over. And I think, man, why don't they just get the book that I always talk about? Open up the book, go check out the chapter index to the book. I mean, it's an 800-page book. It covers most things. So
I wish they would, because if they got your book, then they would start thinking about, like, well, how am I going to actually integrate myself into this reality? And then they're going to buy farmland. And that's the most important thing, is that, like, people need to start buying farmland.
I agree. So,
like that 50 acres that you let go. You should have bought that.
Sure. Well, I mean, I probably didn't have I don't think I had the purchasing power to buy that many acres myself, but if there was a community of people, it could have happened. So, yeah.
Well, you know what? You're the man. Do it.
So, sometimes I wonder, though, if buying it in the U.S. is the right place. Sometimes I think maybe this needs to happen in another country like South America.
Well, you know, I've definitely thought about moving to South America. I've definitely thought about Venezuela. But at the same time, we have to provide for ourselves. We have to, like, you know, take care of us. And there's plenty of poor people here. There's plenty of poor people that we can take care of.
Sure. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I hate to be a negativist, but you know, we need to, like, do work here.
Of course. Well, my thought on going elsewhere is not about that work doesn't need to be done here and there's not people in need here. It's just that maybe there's too much resistance here. So.
No, there's not too much resistance. That is based on what I have like, you know, based on the people that I'm dealing with, and, like, you know, like, polling the people that I have to deal with on a daily basis. That's not what's going on. What's going on is that they fucking hate the system that is punishing them, and they hate Donald Trump. They hate Hillary Clinton. They hate the fucking shit that we have to fucking deal with every single day. And that's not the problem. The problem is that they don't understand how to stop purchasing from Walmart, stop purchasing from Costco, stop purchasing from the companies that own us. It's not about Donald Trump. It's not about Walmart. It's not about those places. They are just representative of the ownership. And stop buying their product. That's the hardest part for them to understand, is that stop buying the product. Stop.
Well, the consumer mindset, it's cultural.
Yeah, and you know what? It's up to you. You're doing a great job, my man. Like, your book is critical. People need to read that book. But at the same time, you know, they can read the book, but they also have to just stop stop buying products. Stop buying the ingredients. Just stop.
You're right.
It's all about a purchase strike.
You're right. We have to escape the system, and by consumption is what keeps the system afloat. So you're 100% on point. For most people, though, they're thinking, well, how do I not buy groceries? I mean, I don't have my own farm, and I don't know any farmers, and so. But
on our farm, we produce about 80% of everything that we produce, and you can do it too. You just got to start doing it.
Sure.
Like people, they just don't understand. But you can understand very quickly if you just start growing your own food, working for yourself. Do it, people.
Right. It's a matter of being willing to do it. And for people who can't, if you actually do some research, there is usually agriculture not too far away, and you can sign up for, drop boxes. You pay $50, $100 a month, and, twice a month somebody drops by and gives you a bunch of local produce. The thing is, that's the other thing. We have a society of people who don't eat vegetables, so they're not used to eating those types of foods. And so there's a few obstacles for people to get through to get there, but yeah, there are options.
There's a farmers market producer that is right down the road from you, waiting for you to just get in touch with them and buy their produce. Yeah, absolutely.
So, indeed. Yeah, there's options.
I'm so sad that people, all they want to do is talk a bunch of nonsense about how they're so special. But all they have to do is get in touch with their farmer, and they don't have to be so special. They can just get from their farmer. They can get from themselves even.
Right. All right, brother. Well, it's great to hear from you. You want to plug your business?
Oh, well, yeah, of course I can. Fermenti LLC, check it out on Facebook, YouTube, all that shit. That's all great and wonderful. But, seriously, come on, guys. Let's start producing for ourselves.
That's what we got to do.
We can do it.
That's what we got to do. That is the ticket. You're 100% on point. If people do a web search for Fermenti Foods, it should pull up your website, huh?
Yeah, it'll pull that up. Fermenti Foods LLC. And we definitely want to teach you guys how to produce your own fermented awesomeness. And at the same time, you can do it, guys. Come on. Stop being punk tards and waiting for people to help you. Do it for yourself. You can do it.
Well said. I appreciate your message, man. You're right on point. It is what has to happen. It's what's going to make all the difference. So great to hear from you.
Well, Zach, I can't wait to hear about how you're doing Fermenti. Because I sent you a kit, so I can't wait to hear about how you're doing.
I should make a video on that, so will do, friend. I appreciate you sending that kit.
Hey, man, helping people to be awesome for themselves is the number one thing, and you know what I'm saying. You're the man. As far as helping people get a boss on the understanding. So I definitely think that we can work, man. Come on.
All right, brother. Appreciate it, man. You have a good night.
Yeah. Peace out.
All right. Take care, man. And yeah, fermented foods, that's what he specializes in. And, you know, if you eat things like kimchi, it's very good for your health. But if you've been to the grocery store and went to buy some kimchi, unless you're at a Korean market, kimchi is usually pretty expensive, but you make it on your own, it's not so bad. So all sorts of benefits. Let's see. I just had Dana reach out. Looks like she got connected to me through Skype. So let me see if I can get her. Okay. Let me see if I can add her to the call here real quick. Again, if you pick up those cards at Daily Dose of Gematria, you can get your own little special segment on the radio show, as long as I can figure out how to do it here. Let me see. Let me see if this works. Okay. Can you hear me, Dana? I'm making the attempt.
I got you.
All right, perfect. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. And
Good.
thanks for picking up those cards. How's it been so far trying to share the knowledge with people?
Well, I actually haven't handed any out yet. I'm saving them.
Okay.
For the summertime, because I do a lot of things in the summertime.
Okay.
I actually plan to take them to a few concerts, particularly Slipknot.
Yeah, perfect.
So, yeah, I'll be doing that there. But yeah, they've been just safely sitting in my cabinet for right now.
Okay.
So, great callers as usual. You guys are amazing. And I don't really have really much to say. I started a job last week, a full-time job. I went back to work. It's been weird, you know, listening to everybody talk about the daily, you know, distractions and having to kind of hold my tongue.
Sure.
But today I had to step in, and it was something really minor. They were talking about like Eminem and MGK and their rap battle, and I was just like, those things are like, seem like they happen like on purpose, don't they? They have a pre-planned rap already recorded, and everybody's like, yeah, it kind of makes sense. So, you know, it's been interesting because I haven't had to work in corporate America for a long time. I, you know, did nights and weekends and odd jobs so I could be home with my kids during the day. So, you know, it's interesting.
Sure.
Knowing all that I know now.
Sure. So it just became that time you had to pay the bill, so it was time to go back and bite the bullet, that type of thing?
It was kind of random, actually. I just, you know, got contacted by a recruiter, actually. And I wasn't planning on going back to work, you know, in corporate America right now, but it just happened. And I was like, you know what, let me just do this. So, you know, I'm a single mom, and I got to do what I got to do to get by.
Of course.
So, and I work in insurance, and insurance really is interesting to me. So, you know, how it's all tied into the banking system and the government. And it's just interesting to work for an insurance company, Zach.
I believe it.
It really is. I can't really go into anything because I you know, wouldn't want to, but it's an interesting job to have. And their starting salaries are interesting numbers. You know, it just kind of cracks me up. Like I'm like, oh, okay, you know, now I know. So, you know, a lot of times, I hear people, you know, in the truth community, they're going through a lot of things, and that's usually where it leads them to finding you or anybody else that's teaching stuff like this. And I found you at a weird time in my life. And I know I've told you a little bit before, and I found you actually after Mac Miller died, because I knew something weird was going on. And I've always like teetered on the on the edge of, knowing what was going on, but I could never really focus time because like everyone else, working, paying bills, the mundane. And, I had to stay home to take care of Elena. So I decided not to work for a while. And it allowed me to focus on things that I really, wanted to focus on. And finding you was just wonderful. And there's so many people like that call in that are just so good. And it's just really nice that there's other people out there that, have kind of found their way here. And don't let it get you down. I feel like finally learning and understanding what is going on, I've never been happier, actually. And I feel freer. I feel very happy when I see things and I see people just like miserable about like stupid stuff that they're like just wrapped up in. I'm over here in my head like laughing, and I just have such a brighter outlook on life, even though I know how sick everything is. I just can truly appreciate the beauty in things and just the fact that we're able to just be alive right now. So keep your head up, everybody.
Well, you have a great outlook. So I think a lot of people need to hear that.
I try. You got to.
Of course.
It's a sick place out there. Real sick. Everything that's going on is real sick. They're mandatory teaching about homosexuality in New Jersey schools now.
I think that's going on in most school districts now. Yeah.
Well, it's a law now. They just passed it here in New Jersey. And, I will be contacting the school to find out the details about it because it just bothers me.
Sure. It's like, I'm all for acceptance and not judging people, but also the way, there's something about introducing people to things and influencing people and,
right.
So,
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly. And, as a parent, I feel a parent that is awake to all of this stuff. I feel very concerned. I have a 17-year-old and I have a 7-year-old, and I see both sides of it. I see so many teenagers and young adults. They're so lost and confused, and I feel like there's so many people are just so morbidly depressed nowadays, especially teenagers in this world. It's sad. And, I feel like then they have all these influences. Well, you can be whatever you want. You want to identify as whatever. I can't even say what all these names are. It's just so out there. Like, what is going on? So it's just hard to raise kids. If you got kids out there, don't be stupid and like not tell your kids about the truth. You really need to. You have to tell your kids the truth and keep them informed, and don't feed each other or your kids or yourself processed food. We have to stay away from the processed food. It's very bad. That's the one thing that I would like to tell everybody. I had a lot of cancer in my family. I had cancer at 21. My daughter, cancer within the last few years, and it's all food related. Food and stress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And those are things plaguing a lot of people. Bad diet and stress, indeed. It's our culture.
Mm-hmm. And we stopped chemotherapy early, and she's been on a plant-based diet, and she's doing very well. She's healed a lot of the side effects and is thriving. When they said that she would most likely get her cancer back, it should be all fucked up. I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to curse, but it's all bullshit. You got cancer or you got kids, you guys need to really start changing your diet. If you're, I met someone and they told me that you can only be awake if you take the right amount of psychedelics. I'm like, you're retarded. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. He's over here eating psychedelics and smoking cigarettes and eating Burger King. But I'm like, you can't, that doesn't make sense. I've never been more clear-headed in my life ever since I cut out processed food and meat and all that shit. I feel so much better mentally. My daughter and my son, I got him off of cheese. He's 7. It was amazing. He's not addicted to cheese anymore. And his behavior has changed. So there's lots of good things if you follow a good diet. And it's very important.
Indeed. Indeed. Sounds like you're doing a great job as a mother.
Thank you, Zach. I appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome.
You know, so I emailed you about Philadelphia, about organizing something. So if you could email me back, that would be great. And I'll let you go so you can get to everybody else.
Well, thank you so much for calling us this evening. Great message, great perspective. And thanks for getting those cards too. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. You have a great evening.
All right. You too. Bye.
All right. Take care. And her timing's perfect because I hear the music coming on right now. So we'll be right back after the break. We got an hour and a half left. We're going back to your calls. Stay tuned, Truth Seeker. Okay, we got about 2 minutes on the break. While we're on break, I'll interact with the chat. Michael Hastings, yes, he died in the car crash by the numbers years ago. It's been a while since I talked about Michael Hastings. I'm pretty sure his death is in my book. Let me see. Unless I've confused my Michaels. Let's see. Michael Hastings died June 18th, 2013. Let's see. He had that fateful name, Gematria. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at everything. But I remember he died in a suspicious car accident. And I forget who it was that came out. It was like Bob Woodward came out. Somebody came out and said that around the time of Michael Hastings' death, it was pointed out that the government, with a lot of these modern automobiles, could access, the cars through the computer system and could take control of the speed and the braking and the acceleration. The story with Michael Hastings was he was the reporter who died in a fiery blaze when his car, which was traveling at a ridiculous speed, crashed. So it's been so long since I talked about it, though, I forget the other key details. But I'm pretty sure his death is in my book. So. Thanks for the super chat. If anybody else in a super chat, sorry, I'm not looking at the chat during the show, but I do see it over the break. So this person asks, can the numbers predict lotto outcomes? Because that's also ran by Freemasons, correct? I don't know if you can use this code to figure out, the winning numbers per se, but you can definitely use this code to see through the deception in how they reveal these, Mega Millions winners and whatnot, which we've covered many times over the years. I'm pretty sure on this channel videos are still up showing some of the recent record pots and how they revealed it. Okay, we're coming back off the commercial break right now. All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. We got an hour and a half left. We're taking your calls. Again, thank you for your patience. Next up is Wisconsin. How are you, Wisconsin? Wisconsin?
Hey, Zach.
Hey, you're on.
Hey, this is what's going on. I had called you a couple months ago with Divine Weed, and I had a little conversation, but finally got the blog up. I want to do a couple decodes with you. If you could bring up my blog and follow along, it's cipherdream.tumblr.com, cipherdream.tumblr.com. The last one I put up, I was trying to get ready for the show, so it's kind of messy. But had you seen the story about the hiker who was 33, who went missing who was found on a day with 33 numerology?
Is this out of Texas?
He was in Canyonlands National Park.
Okay, is that in Texas?
It might have been. I don't know where Canyonlands was, but
okay.
Were you able to pull it up?
Well, I'm trying to right now.
Okay. I'll start on it. The guy, he's 33 years old. This was posted on March 20th, a date with 33 numerology, 3 plus 20 plus 1 plus 9. His name is Jonathan Hogue, which Jonathan equals 133 in reverse ordinal. It said that he was earning a PhD in geography at a university. Geography sums to 33 in reverse full reduction. He was also an avid hiker, which is reduced to 33 in full reduction. Hiker is. He went missing while hiking at the Canyonlands National Park, which sums to 133 in reverse full reduction. His friends described him as being creative, goofy, and kind. Creative sums to 133 in reverse ordinal. A bunch of news websites made a point to mention that he had a ninja tattoo on his bicep, a ninja penguin. Ninja sums to 33 in reverse full reduction. Authorities believe he fell 500 feet to his death. The word fell sums to 33 in Jewish ordinal. And this all happened in San Juan County. So no, it wasn't Texas, it was California. San Juan County in satanic gematria sums to 633. That whole story was just nuts when I read it. Had you seen that one?
I didn't take the time to look at the story. I just thought, oh, another missing hiker story right after the 2 in Hawaii. And I think that was the third, hiking related story in a matter of days. So.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And then I also wanted to talk about the helicopter crash in New York, if that'd be all right.
Sure.
Okay, so that happened on June 10th, a date with numerology of 161 and 204, 161st day of the year, 204 days remaining. Also numerology of 35, 108, and 54. The word helicopter sums to 161 in ALW Kabbalah. The gentleman who was in the helicopter that they said crashed said he was a volunteer fire chief, which sums to 161 in ALW Kabbalah. Fire chief does. It said that this happened on 7th Avenue, also summing to 161 in English ordinal. And then that was the 161. There was 204 days left in the year that day. And this happened at 787 7th Avenue. If you type out 787, the words, those sum to 204 in English ordinal. And then the date also had 35 numerology, 6 plus 10 plus 19. The guy's last name was McCormack, summing to 35 in full reduction. 7th Avenue also sums to 53, a mirror of 35 in full reduction. And the date also had numerology of 108, 6 times 1 times 2 times 1 times 9. New York sums to 108 in Jewish ordinal. And then I noticed that the governor made a point to draw in 9/11 as a comparison that day, saying if New Yorkers had PTSD from 9/11. Well, if you go back to September 11th, that is the 254th day of the year. If you write out the word 54, remember the building that this crash happened at was 54 stories tall. The words 54 equal 54 in full reduction. They kept calling it a skyscraper. The word skyscraper sums to 54 in Jewish reduced. And then there was also 111 days remaining on September 11th in the year. Helicopter sums to 111 in English ordinal. New York sums to 111 in English ordinal. They made a point to bring up the BNP Paribas building, Paribas, that was located at that tower that was hit. That sums to 111 in LCH Kabbalah. It was the former AXA, AXA Equitable building. Those words, AXA Equitable, sum to 111 in Jewish ordinal. A bunch of news websites mentioned that the helicopter was obliterated. That word sums to 111 in English ordinal. And they also made a point to say one person was dead in the crash. One dead equals 33 in reverse full reduction. I'm on 33 now. New York is 33 in reverse full reduction. The New York Police Department posted at 3:33 p.m. a big part of Midtown Manhattan is closed off, including Times Square. They also made a point at 3:33 p.m. on CNN's website to say that the restaurant Le Bernardin is closed tonight due to the crash. The gentleman that posted that was Eric Rippert, R-I-P-E-R-T. His name sums to 33 in Chaldean. I brought up the name BNP Paribas before. That also sums to 33 in Chaldean. There was also Citibank located in that building. That was one of the four businesses that they happened to mention in the article. Citibank sums to 33 in full reduction. So that was a couple of things that I thought I could add to the helicopter. I saw what you had done on the decode and a couple other people, but went a little bit more in depth on that one. Had you come across any of those?
Oh no, I did. I just covered it as far as I did. The AXA building on the 161st day of the year made me laugh because A is the first letter, X is the 24th. The numerology of 24 is 2 + 4 is 6, and A is 1. So 161. And then, you know, on the 161st day there, you get this news story, plus the other things we mentioned. But yeah, very interesting. So keep doing your thing.
Yeah. I also, before you let me go, I just wanted to give props to the last caller talking about the vegan diet. And everything like that. I used to weigh 260 pounds close to myself a little bit over a year ago. And I was eating just like everybody else. I was tired all the time. I felt like junk. I adopted a fully vegan plant-based diet. I weigh just over 150 pounds now. I have more energy than I could imagine. I crave fruits and vegetables and things that I never would have had a taste for in the past. Your tastes change. My mood is a lot better. I'm not depressed. Like I said, I've got tons of energy. But I wanted to ask you, I'm in Wisconsin here, obviously. It's done nothing but rain here recently. We'll get a sunny day or two, and then I'll see the chemtrails in the skies and everything like that. And the storms happen within a couple hours. And it's been like that for a good couple weeks. Is it like that by you?
Well, all of a sudden I hear something else coming through on your line, but here, I'm going to put you. Oh, I see what happened. I see.
Sorry.
Happened. No, that's okay. Hold on.
It's a join call.
I don't know what that was.
No, I see what happened. Shoot. But you got to, Dana, you're going to have to just connect, because when you go on video chat on this, it messes up the...
It said join call. Like, I didn't know what chat I was in. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm bad with Skype.
No, that's all right. Shoot. I am not... Okay, I think we're back on. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying? Sorry, I got off trying to resolve the problem. Oh, you were asking about the weather here. Well, back when I lived in the western part of the state. Yeah, I mean that sounded like how the weather typically is in Western Washington. Now I live in the more eastern part of the state, and it's desert out here, so it's a lot drier. But yeah, I'm familiar with the weather manipulation.
I think we're being hit not only with the food that we eat. I talk with my buddy about this all the time. He's spoken with me before. He brought up the 100 monkey effect to you months ago. But we have these conversations all the time. We should record them. Not only is it the food that's hitting us, it's the weather. It's the weather manipulation and the warfare and everything combined, the Wi-Fi, the 5G. If you can minimize those stressors as much as possible, the food, the toxins in the food, and the water, in the air and the atmosphere, and the Wi-Fi and the electromagnetic radiation, if you can cut back on those and be in better health, I mean, that's the way to go. There's no use in being able to, you can't enjoy life and do the kind of stuff that you want to and you know, participate in. I would have never had time to start up a blog because I'd have been busy sleeping off the meal that I ate, you know, a couple years ago. Just that's the kind of point that I wanted to make. If anybody thinks a vegan plant-based diet's hard, do that 20-day challenge or whatever there is. It's not. I mean, if you can get it going, it's pretty easy, and your taste will change. I used to drive by Burger King and things like that, and those smells would still get to me. They don't anymore. I crave things like fruits and vegetables. It's the weirdest thing because I'm not used to eating that. But I don't want to take up the whole time here. I just wanted to get that out there.
All right. Well, I appreciate your message. You're right on, friend. Yeah, if you change your diet, you'll definitely crave different things. So great points, friend. You have a good night.
You too. Thanks so much.
All right. Take care. All right. And I hope I'm still connected. Let me check with the chat real quick. Check. Is the show still coming through? I think this chat, yeah, they're talking about, okay, yeah, it's still coming through. That's good. Okay. Let's see. We got about 12 minutes till the break. Let's go out to New York City. New York. Caller?
Hello.
Yeah, you're on.
Yo, what's up, Dr. First of all, I want to thank you for everything you've been committed to doing. I've ran into you from actually the Nipsey Hussle PSYOP. And I seen when you put about the Alley Boy video that really introduced me to everything. So I got to thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome.
Now, I'm the guy, you're welcome. I'm the guy kind of Edwards, the one that put up the Tom McCormick guy from regarding about the 4 base to San Francisco.
Okay.
And that was an interesting connection that I found, but also too, what was interesting about that was basically seeing that it was kind of connected with the game, because I've seen a lot of highlights of Easy Money Sniper, which is Kevin Durant, and then I've seen NBA series finale. I thought those were interesting connections regarding about that day specifically, because that was what was going on with the event of the game.
Right.
But basically, you know, I want to get to a point here. I see everybody talking about like the vegan diet. I want everybody to be careful because they're making a lot of fake food with vegan ingredients in it, especially with Beyond Meat and Impossible Burger, which is by Bill Gates. And Bill Gates always preaches about depopulating. So I want everybody to keep their eyes out on that and not to eat that crap, and to actually make their own foods. We brought in about cooking your own stuff. So don't always run to a commercial place to eat foods that claim to be vegan because they have chemicals in it. Okay. So I want to be clear on that. Another thing too, I want to address also the best way that we can actually fight back is commenting under YouTube videos regarding about any symbolism or anything regarding that connects to Gematria, which is practically everything. If we could all just comment under a video of anything where we see like numbers or things that come to us more apparent, we have to do that. Because actually I did that with a Madonna video. Madonna had a performance at the Eurovision, I believe. And it's like I guess they have like a talent show over there in Europe. But anyway, the symbolism within that was all apparent in the video, and I broke it down, and I actually had a lot of likes from there. And believe it or not, Zachary, somebody brought you up and said, "Oh, Gematria effect." So you know that's another way that you could use. Like this is for everybody. This is another way that you could use your knowledge. You could use it into these platforms so other people could carry on and follow and get to Zachary and get to you and to get to other people. So that's another way to actually fight back. You know, because I know everybody's like trying to figure out how can we get people more aware. Well, break down what's going on in the video, break down the complete scenario, get people to open up to see what's going on. You know, ever since I've been learning this stuff, people have been thinking I'm crazy. Honestly, I don't give a damn because I know, and we all know what's really going on. It's just the fact that, you know, people, you know, like the last caller said, you know, some people are working, conditioned, and to believe in so much into society to lean on that they can't make a perfect indication of what connects to what's really going on. So, you know, that's just what I wanted to say about that. And, you know, it's funny, I've been waiting online and I've been breaking down everything. And it's funny because I don't know, I ran into the Junior story. And if anybody can recall the story about the boy Junior in the Bronx. And when you put the Bronx DA is 33, like Junior. And what else? I don't want to throw everybody off and start lying and messing up. But anyway, I'm just saying that things connect with different scenarios to come out. Even like MS-13 has MS is actually 13 in reverse or reduction. They said MS-13 did the crime. So, you know, that's all I want to say, man. I don't want to, because I'm talking from my heart and I don't want to throw everybody off and say wrong numbers.
That's okay, man.
You know, that's just what I want to say, Zachary. You know, just to be clear, I just want to show gratitude for you. And I brought your book also. I do the Patreon. $11 Patreon, and I don't even care about sports. I'm just supporting your movement. So, you know.
Well, thanks, man. And you said you just found my work with the Nipsey Hussle thing, so not that long ago.
What happened, Zachary? I didn't hear you.
Did you say you just found my work around the time of the Nipsey Hussle shooting?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's awesome, man. You haven't even been around that long, and I'm grateful for how much support you brought already then. So thank you very much. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. You know, I'm tuned in to everything. I comment. It took me a while to understand, like, the system, but when I learned the Gematria, it really, like, opened my eyes, you know, and it's funny because now with the news, everything is so obvious, you know, even, like, local Gematria. I had a story where a man, he got killed at a car wash, and he was 53, and, what was it? And I want to bring it up. I'm sorry, Zachary, I'm, like, all over the place. I had everything organized.
That's all right, man.
But yeah, I don't want to keep people waiting. We're late on the line. I probably closed the box by accident.
Well, that's all good, man.
So, like, Okay, let me get straight to it. So anyway, 53, right? So the man's 53. So like killed is 53 in English ordo. So I thought that was interesting. And Saturday is 50. It was reported on a Saturday. And Saturday is 53 in reverse full reduction. So that was crazy. And car crash, you got hit by a car, that's 53 in English ordo. So, and the car wash is called Empire. So, Empire is Empire 33. Empire 33, and it happened in New York. So that goes your 33 and your 39 from your Empire in New York, and then your car wash with the 53. So it's very freaky. And you know what's funny, Zachary? I drove to the car wash today, and guess what? Now they sacrificed the man because his name is was Edgardo and 67 for your blood sacrifice. And because the 67 in his name actually comes from the reverse flow reduction. So that was the connection for blood sacrifice, which was, and I felt that was so disgusting because guess what? I drove to that car wash and now they have a new system where it's $35 a month to get a car wash within the app. And what's weird and freaky about that is trapped, like how he died, he got trapped under a car, trapped to 35 for reduction. 10 to 35 for reduction, Right. So I was like, damn. Yeah, I drove, I reversed, and I killed to reverse kill from 53 to 35. So I drove there, and I saw that, I reversed back and went to another car wash. So,
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, so that showed me that Gematria is not full of crap, and that's how I personally felt that his stuff is official. And many people ask me, well, how can it be real? How can it be this? Even with certain locations and states and everything, the characteristics of what comes up in the calculator on the grade system that was made on the website shows there. I have a family in Georgia. I put their community in there, and I've seen like evil ones. I've seen robbery and all these things. And I'm like, does that happen in your neighborhood? He's like, yes. So it shows that the Masonic system makes these things in design to go exactly with numbers. So, I found that interesting. And also, too, I feel like with Gematria, it brings out all of our perspectives and put it into one table to what's going on. Because even with the helicopter story that you put up, I wanted to do it before you did it. So because I have my own blog. My blog is seethroughthematrix.blogspot. And I have my own YouTube also. You could put See Through the Matrix also. And my name is Ty Edwards. But yeah, man, I'm just very inspired by what you did. I made a blog spot like you did. And I laughed at the last, I think the 2 videos you put out, you were saying you put too many posts. No, put more posts because everybody, listen, Zachary's free to the truth, like that. Free to find truth. The blog Free to Find Truth is a perfect resource. If you don't know a number, if you don't know a code, if you don't know nothing, simply put it into the search option on the left-hand box on Zachary's blog spot and you'll get the answer. Because that definitely helped me to get certain answers to things I didn't know,
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah, man, that's all I have to say, Zachary. Thank you so much, man. And like the lady said too, the Gematria definitely helped me become better, helped me become more aware. I feel better. And it makes me tell people like the sports is rigged, and I just see people just talk about the game with so much passion, and they don't realize it's rigged.
Right.
And
right.
And even with that, I have my own block with Bill Buckner. He wore 40, full reduction 46. The pitcher had 46. He wore 6 in game 6. You know what I'm saying? And the funny part is that I wasn't born around that time, but the funny thing was that when the person ran home to home base to give him the lead for the Mets, the guy that he ran with had 23 as a jersey number, and the home is 23 in Gematria.
Crazy.
I'm like, come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
it just shows how rigged it is. So, you know, but I don't want to be selfish and take up the time. So, once again, Zachary, I appreciate everything. And I'm happy that I actually spoke to you. And yeah, just thank you, man. That's all I could just say.
Well, you're very welcome. And I thank you too for your support. And also just the fact that you already got your own blog and your own YouTube channel and you're talking to people about this. So, I mean, if everyone was doing what you were doing, I mean, the whole world would know about it right now. And so thank you for your contribution.
Right.
Awesome, man.
Absolutely. And whenever I'm free, I'll call in and I'll share, you know, stuff off the blog and be more clear about everything else. I know I'm talking from the heart, so I was all over the place, but I have a more structured approach like Rambo, you know, so
It'll come with time.
But thank you, Zach.
Yeah, you're welcome. You have a good night, friend. You take care.
You too.
All right.
Thank you.
See you, man. All right, and we're about to go into the commercial break. We'll have an hour left when we get back. I know a lot of you have been really patient on hold. I'm going to get to your calls. Phoenix, Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Florida, Minnesota, Wilmington, Nantucket, Brentwood, New York City, Miami, Nevada, unknown, so I don't know where you're calling from. It says unknown. New York, Colorado, San Diego. Let's see, Florida, Cleveland, Texas, Tennessee, Phoenix. Try to get to them all. We'll be right back, True Sticker. He said his channel was See Through the Matrix. So I got to look it up. See Through the Matrix. He said he had a blog and a YouTube channel. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. See Through the Matrix. Sometimes when a YouTube channel is new, it takes a while before it starts coming up in the search. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend some time searching for it. It didn't come up right away from me, but I'm sure it's out there. So that's pretty cool, though. He just found out about it. So I mean, think about the Nipsey Hussle shooting was March 31st. So you know, that was the 90th day of the year. And what's today? Today's the 163rd day of the year. So it's 73 days later, and he's already doing all this. That's pretty cool. The Jets' connection with 9/11. It goes back to 1968. 1968 is the year. 1968 is the year World Trade Center construction began. 911 was made the national emergency dialing code. George W. Bush graduated from Yale and Skull and Bones. And then 2001: A Space Odyssey came out. It's all 33 years before 2001. And then the Jets that season, that's the only season they went to the Super Bowl and won it, the New York Jets. And then after 9/11, you had the emergence of the Patriots after the Patriot Act. And Tom Brady's career began when Mo Lewis of the Jets sacked Drew Bledsoe and injured him. So a New York Jet, Patriots, Patriot Act, Riddle's Sports News. 9 represents completion. 9's got all sorts of symbolism to it. So it's hard to say, Rusty. I mean, there's just so many people they have to choose from. And unfortunately, I don't keep up the best with pop culture, so I couldn't answer that question. Okay, we're coming back from the break. Well, that is strange. I don't hear the intro music. Why would that be? All right, we're back, Truth Seeker. I hope I'm not talking over the music, because I just realized that for whatever reason on my end, I can't hear the intro, I can't hear the commercials. So there's some sort of technical glitch on my end. We got an hour left for the rest of the show. We are taking your calls. It is Phoenix, Arizona, who's up next. Phoenix, thank you for your patience.
What's up, Zach? How you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, it's Funky Things Production. That's my channel. But yeah, I'm calling for a reason because my daughter reminded me of something that you mentioned, like about in the beginning of the year, about something that's going to happen probably in Israel, probably in August.
Israel's a likely location, but yeah, I've been watching the dates of Tisha B'Av since September of 2018, and those dates are August 10th and August 11th of 2019.
And what you think is probably going to happen? Come to any conclusions?
Well, so all of this started during the anniversary of September 11th. There was a story circulating about an unblemished red heifer being born in Israel. And this was the signal that, you know, revelation was coming and the third temple and the arrival of the Jewish Messiah. And I noticed in the story they were coding the numbers of Tisha B'Av and also the number 118. And I wanted to see when the upcoming Tisha B'Av was. And I saw the second day was on August 11th. And I was like, okay, they're coding Tisha B'Av and 118. And Tisha B'Av falls on August 11th next year. So, and then the other piece is that these stories were circulating around the time of September 11th, where, you know, you think of the destruction of the two towers, and Tisha B'Av is to remember the destruction of the two temples. And what's interesting is in Jewish Gematria, Tisha B'Av equals 911, like the date 9/11. So just ever since we started observing this, we've just seen all of these riddles building. And the most recent one is with the NBA Finals. The other city that we're keeping an eye on besides Jerusalem and Israel is San Francisco, because San Francisco is the home of the Golden Gate Bridge, and the Jewish Messiah is supposed to arrive through the Golden Gate, which is technically the Golden Gate in Jerusalem. But just if anyone hears Golden Gate, they'll think of San Francisco. And I was thinking, okay, Tisha B'Av to remember destruction of two temples, so maybe two cities. And San Francisco actually has a lot of connections to August 11th. That's the date the permit was issued to construct the Golden Gate Bridge. That's the day Alcatraz opened. A whole lot of other things. But anyway, this NBA Finals going on right now. This is the 73rd NBA season, and Game 1 was exactly 73 days before August 11th, and the winning score was 118 points. And that reminded me that last year on Tisha B'Av, there was the shooting in Toronto, and they said that shooting was in the Greektown neighborhood, and Greektown equals 118. So yeah, I think there are definitely dates to look out for. Typically, I mean, if you go back in past years and look at Tisha B'Av, there often has been tragic headlines, but I think this year they're cooking up something bigger than, you know, say last year. Last year on Tisha B'Av, the 2 dates of Tisha B'Av, you had the Toronto shooting, and the day prior to that, you had the Los Angeles shooting and the hostage situation at the grocery store there.
Right. Yeah, because of course I've been listening since you started the show earlier, and somebody called in and talked about the shooting that happened in Florida with I guess the gay nightclub or something.
Yeah, the Pulse nightclub, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's getting deep with this homosexuality. I mean, I don't know if you heard about that HR 5 bill that was passed through the House that will, protect the transgenders and all that stuff. And it is a big picture that they are brewing up with this homosexuality. I mean, it is all over, man. I mean, I'm in my 50s and I have never seen it this bad. Sure. Homosexuality.
Sure.
I'm telling people that today when you walk outside, you are in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Sure.
That's all I can tell people. You're in Sodom and Gomorrah. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that because my daughter, she reminded me because she's into this too. She's 19 and, I tell her about you and the fact we looked up the situation about Bushwick Bill because when that happened, I told her, I was like, 6'9". Okay, well, let's put it into the Gematria, calculator and boom, there it was. So simple. So it's clear as day that, everything is, made up with these people. But yeah, thank you for what you've been doing. I'm still going to be sharing a video because I just shared one of your videos on my channel about the transgenders that was getting killed in Dallas. And, all that's happened around the time this particular show or miniseries that came on Netflix, When They See Us. And there was a transgender in there. Then you had Omar in there that was in The Wire. He was a gay man and that. I mean, just gayness all over the goddamn place, man. So I do a video at least once, maybe twice a week about homosexuality. Lock your doors, put them bars on your windows, because they are coming, y'all. They are coming. I know it's a lot of other things that's going on, y'all, that's distracting. But the main objective from these people is this homosexuality. Y'all have to really, really pay attention to what they're doing. As in scooting these bills underneath your nose, you don't even know about it. The equality bill that's going on right now, I'm telling you, if you read that bill, if you look it up, it's the HR 5 bill. It already passed through the House. It's waiting to go through the Senate, and then hopefully get to Trump, and hopefully he will veto it. But they have an agenda. I doubt if it's going to be vetoed, but I just want to make people be aware of the homosexuality, pedophilia, et cetera, because it's deep. I give people an example of if they pass this pedophilia stuff, y'all, give you an example. Say if your child is 9 years old, and of course, in sex education, this person who's just on your line is talking about that too, being passed in New Jersey, and I looked that up too and did my research on that. Yep. But say if you have a 9-year-old daughter or son, and they pass this pedophilia law or whatever, if your child say they want to be with this 45-year-old man and you don't allow them, CPS is going to come get your child. That's going to be, you being, bad to your child. You're not giving them what they want. You're not, all this. So that's what's jumping off. That's why the sex education is big time in America, as in putting it, in children's face. If you see some of the books that they are presenting in these schools, they're showing graphic pictures. It's not just words. It's graphic pictures. So Hitler said, you have control of the kids. Everything else is going to be easy. So that's all I wanted to say, man. But thanks for the information. I just need to know the update on the Israel thing in August. So appreciate what you're doing, man.
All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Appreciate your call. And it's awesome to hear that you got a 19-year-old daughter who's awake and sharing the information. Inspiring. So thank you so much.
All right. Have a good one, man.
All right. Yeah. You take care. And I know that there's people who are homosexual who follow this program. And I wish I knew who was on the line that might be homosexual right now. I'd just like to know what they think and how they feel about some of the calls this evening. I think even some of the homosexual callers do understand where people are coming from, you know, just the way it's being saturated in media and television and, you know, government and legislation. It does seem like it's agenda oriented. Sometimes I wonder, you know, what is the ultimate purpose of what they're trying to do? And I couldn't say that the government wants people to be accepting. That's never been the government's thing. The government's thing is divide and conquer, and you know, shut down, you know, what they don't want and promote the things that they do want. So why is there this push for homosexuality at this moment in time? Because in the past it wasn't this way. So is it about just, you know, keeping people on that endless teeter-totter, the battle of culture? Is it about division because there's such a religious segment and they know that homosexuality is very offensive and provoking to certain groups of people? But anyway, I've said my piece on it in the past, so if other people want to call in and express their thoughts, they're more than welcome to. That said, let's go out to Massachusetts. Caller?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Hey, Zach, it's B-Trade.
Hey, man. Thanks for calling back.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. And yourself?
So, not bad. I was going to call about a couple of things, but I'll quickly comment on that last caller. You know, as a straight male, I'm lying next to my wife right now, but, you know, I think the agenda for homosexuals is that they're trying to push because they're human beings. And throughout time, they've been desecrated, insulted, and treated like crap, a lot like black people. So, you know, back in the 50s and before, it was taboo to be known as that. And people have been killed and beaten up and all of that. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
It's safe to go outside and then Sodom and Gomorrah because of transgender people. Let's be real. Pretty much everywhere I go, I don't even see transgender people. I've seen one, maybe two. You know what I mean? And the only two I've seen were in my hometown. You know what I mean? But anyway, you know, I mean, there are some freaks out there. There's pedophiles out there, but, you know, I mean, the government is divide and conquer, but, you know, I think the agenda is to push the government who's about divide and conquer to get right as humans against people who desecrate and demonize people. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, no, I do know what you mean.
The government wasn't interested in protecting people. Look what happens to people that fight for human rights and civil rights. JFK, RFK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. They all got bullets in their heads. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So anyway, my topic was, so you had 313 days from Brady's birthday came to fruition. From the first goal of the Stanley Cup happened with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left. First goal of the first period.
Huh.
Okay. You don't know about the game yet?
I don't know yet. No, but I'm listening. Fill me in.
Anyway. All right. So anyway, I'll be real quick because there's something else I want to talk about off sports. So did you hear about Alex Cora coming out and saying he predicted the Bruins to win 4-1? And he was quoted as saying, Bruins win 4-1, Alex Cora said. And then they emphasized him, there you go. You know how they emphasize something?
Right.
Well, there you go equals 41. Bruins equals 41. Well, they lost tonight, 4-1.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so it's over. The Blues won, okay?
Okay, so 4-1. So, and again, that's the number that was important in the World Series. The World Series was won 4-1. Boston over Los Angeles. Super Bowl equals 41. Tom Brady, 41 years old, wins the Super Bowl. Boston over Los Angeles. and now you get the World Series, Boston versus St. Louis, the city that used to have the Rams, which are now in Los Angeles. So, very interesting. Okay.
But your 313 days from Brady's birthday came to fruition because I wrote it down right when it happened, dude. First goal of the game with 3 minutes, 13 seconds left.
Interesting. And Brady's first Super Bowl, of course, was against St. Louis. So.
Right. So, you know, possible redemption here. You know, I'm here holding my L. You know, I had the Red Sox in the World Series. You know that I had Patriots Rams in October last year, right?
Right.
You were right there with me, helping me with my videos. You know, I did a video making fun of Tony telling it like it ain't. I don't know if you saw that video when I in October, right when the beginning of the season, you know what I mean? I was joking around with it, you know. But anyway, so I wanted to talk about Sandy Crook for a second when you were talking about that other caller, right?
Okay.
So the thing you were talking about, how do people get at things? How do people do things about things? Well, it's like you have to investigate your things, you know, like sometimes like I'll go to like locations, right? But another important thing is you got to ask the right questions. Like I'll ask you a question right now, not the new Sandy Hook school, but the school that, you know, was shot up, quotation marks. What was the address of that school?
I actually don't know.
You know why you don't know? Because not in one single televised, when that was televised, not one mention of the address was at school.
Huh.
Now, I implore you to look up any article related to Sandy Hook, and not one single article will tell you the address of that school. Now, pretty much every event that happens, right? They usually give you the address, right?
Oftentimes.
That one, I implore you to look up any article. I did this. Not one of them gave the address. Now, check this out. I was with my wife when I did this. In 2015, I was with my wife. We were in California for a little while. The first week of 2016, we drove back cross country, back to the East Coast. Okay? Now, this is before they supposedly tore down the Sandy Hook School. We come to Connecticut. We come to an exit that says Sandy Hook. So I said, hey, pull off here. I want to go visit it. We Googled the address for Sandy Hook Elementary School. 345 Fan Hill Road. Fanhill Road. Fan Hill, 345. You know what we get? You know what we see when we get there? Fawn Hollow School. SAWN. So there's an address for Fawn Hollow School and an address for Sandy Hook Elementary School. Two schools, same address. Now, in the photos of the Sandy Hook School that day, it was on a dead end. Now, the address we got for Sandy Hook Elementary School was a straight-through road. If you Google Earth, 345 Fan Hill Road, you will see Fawn Hollow School, and you will see that the road goes straight through. It's not a dead end. Okay? Now, the facade of Fawn Hollow School looks similar to the school of Sandy Hook, but without the brick part on the right. Remember the big brick part at Sandy Hook Elementary? It looks similar, but without the brick part, okay? So you can't Google that 345 Fan Hill and get Sandy Hook, right? Because they demolished it and they put the new one on, what is it, 10 Dickerson? But my wife is right here, and she was with me, and she's my witness. See, this is what I do. I go to places, and I check the shit out. You know what I mean? Sure. That is the address for Sandy Hook Elementary School. Two schools, same address, no Sandy Hook School for that. What the fuck is up with that?
Well, you saying that reminds me that the day after the reported shooting, the news media did apologize because they said the day prior they were showing footage of a drill that was not even actually the Sandy Hook Elementary School. They said it was a school about 15 minutes away. And I just popped in this address real quick that you just gave me. It says this school is in Monroe, Connecticut, which is about 15 minutes from Sandy Hook. So perhaps that's the school where they were having the drill at.
Right. But like I said, the facade looked like the same front of the facade, but the parking lot, you know what I mean, they showed on TV, was nothing like that. But I'll tell you what I got there and what I saw. All I saw at Fawn Hollow School was an empty parking lot on the middle of the week, a school day, empty parking lot with an AT&T truck with its antenna all the way up. You know what I mean? Like, that was weird. You know, and it's like, oh, what's going on here? That town, that place is weird, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
I believe it.
So I investigate. I go to places, bro. I investigate. I ask the right questions. So that was the right question to ask. What was the address of Sandy Hook? Nobody knows because it was never told. Okay, so also combating, okay, everybody says conspiracy theory. I call myself a conspiracy analyst, okay? Now, you know why conspiracy theories have problems? Is because you have assholes who do anti-conspiracy, so-called conspiracy theory videos because they attack idiotic conspiracy theory videos. You know, assholes who make conspiracy theory videos about Sandy Hook who have the little girl with a finger in her mouth from Sandy Hook that looks like the devil horn, and they make it all about satanic and all that, right? And then they show that to people, and then they say, see, this is why conspiracy theorists are crazy. No, ask yourself these questions. Why would little kids, after a so-called mass shooting, wind up at some creepy old man's house, which is what you saw that day? Gene Rosen, a known actor because he was on the IMDb. Their faces were frozen in fear. I'm sorry, but after a mass shooting, I don't want my kid at some creepy old man's house that I don't know. Number one. Number two, there was a lady who investigated the janitor who supposedly worked at Sandy Hook. She was trying to get work orders from him from Sandy Hook, right? There was a hearing. She wanted work orders from him from the time of Sandy Hook shooting and prior. She couldn't get not one. You see where I'm going with that? Why do you think that is? Work orders, like plumbing orders, any orders for anything that need to get fixed. Okay? These are the questions you need to ask. Not, you know, why was Robbie Parker not laughing? You know, because people can make anything out of that. You know, stuff like that, you know. Questions like, why are people playing Ring Around the Rosie at the firehouse? You know what I mean? That's a good question. Stuff like that, you know. How does a 112-pound kid carry a bunch of equipment? Because I was listening to a guy that was 6'3", was in the armed services, and he said that men that are 6'3" and 280, 300 pounds couldn't even carry that equipment or would have a hard time carrying that amount of equipment. Not only that, the glass that they said he kicked in or he broke to get into the school, the glass was on the outside of the building. Usually when you kick something in, it would go into the building, right? The glass would be outside the building. That's like kicking something out, right? That's a good question to ask. They said that he used the long rifle to shoot the place up, right? Okay? And he was dead inside. But yet they found the long rifle inside the trunk. How does a dead guy get outside the school and put the rifle back in the trunk of the car he brought to the school?
Absolutely.
That's a miracle.
Absolutely.
See, you know something? I wouldn't hire these guys to find a roll of toilet paper. And all these trolls and all these morons who believe this crap, I wouldn't hire them to find a roll of toilet paper either. Okay? If I were to have them on my team, you know what they would be doing? Digging ditches and scrubbing toilets. Because they couldn't decode a first grade math paper.
Yeah, you're right on, man.
Okay?
I'll tell you what else is the tragedy right now is
Following that-
at this moment in history, we technically can't even be having this conversation, and it's just such a joke. I mean,
No, we can't. No, we can't. You know why? You know why, Zach? You know why we can have this conversation?
well,
Because I'm not afraid of these bastards. You
well,
know
right
what I mean?
on. No, you're
You know
right.
what?
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I mean, people can still have the
They can
conversation, but
suck
we're at an age where
Yeah.
if you discuss
They
these
can
things.
suck my dick.
No, you're right on, man. I'm just saying that I won't be surprised if tomorrow the video is taken down because we violated the new internet guidelines of you cannot question the events of Sandy Hook. So.
Oh no! I mean, this is all opinion basis. This whole thing is an op-ed. It's an opinion editorial.
Sure.
This is my disclaimer.
You can't have an
This is
opinion
my
anymore about
opinion.
Sandy Hook, though, per YouTube's new policy. So.
But everything I said was factual, though.
Of course it was. Yeah, facts aren't permitted.
Everything I said was factual.
Hey, brother, we're going into commercial
So-
right now. I really appreciate the call. Awesome work, awesome questions, and we'll be in touch soon. You keep it up, friend.
All right. Well, I just hey, one more thing. Everybody who's listening, you know what I mean? I got one more thing to say. If you want to check out the Gematria stuff, just, you know, I mean, you can check out your own stuff. You know, I grew up in a housing project, building number 1359, number 14. I typed in my initials, DGK, and 3 of the 4 main ciphers right in a row came up 135914.
Huh.
Hey, have a good night, Zach.
All right. Appreciate it, brother. You have a good night, too. Okay, we're on that commercial break. We got 30 minutes of show left, and I'm sorry for all the people who have waited on hold tonight. We've had a lot of long calls, a lot of great calls, but there's so many people on hold. I apologize. Please be patient. I'm going to get to as many more as I can. Somebody writes, is there any connection between Avatar being dropped in 2009 and the Avengers Endgame that came out this year, 2019? There could be. I don't know enough about, or I don't really know anything about either of those films, honestly. So I'm not the right person to answer that question, but very possibly. So Cameron says, if you don't think the occult is satanic, then you've never been deep into the occult. Well, I'll just remind people that not all things that are occult are satanic. I mean, occult means hidden. So there is a lot of satanic stuff in the occult, absolutely. And I mean, that's mostly what we're dedicated to exposing here. But just don't confuse the word occult with satanic, because they're not synonymous. They are related, but not all things that are hidden are satanic. Thank you, Joseph. And if anybody else gave a super chat, I'll check those out at the end of the live stream. So Mac sees a biblical riddle between the King of the North and the King of the South in the NBA Finals. That's interesting. Adrian Medina says that I'm a shill. Well, you would be incorrect. Do I ever get depressed with this stuff? Well, not anymore. I mean, when I was younger, it was pretty depressing, being the only person who wanted to question what happened on 9/11. But it all helped get me on the path to speaking out and doing the research that needed to be done. So it does get exhausting sometimes, though. It does get exhausting. Thanks for the compliment, Nick. All right, we're coming back from the commercial break. All right, we're back. True Seeker. It's the final 30 minutes. There's a lot of people on hold. I apologize for how long a lot of you had to wait. Because it's the final 30 minutes and there's so many people waiting, if you can please just hit me with one great thought, one great point, one great question. It'll help us hear as many voices as possible in this final segment. And real quick, I just want to acknowledge that in the chat, Simple Truth TV, who's doing a great work on his own YouTube channel, he said today he saw Latrell Sprewell, and he asked him about scoring 49 points 94 days after his own birthday. Latrell Sprewell is a former NBA player. And Simple Truth TV was aware of this stat that he had scored 49 points 94 days after his birthday. He asked him this, and he said Latrell Sprewell gave him an angry look back. That's funny. That's funny, man. Awesome. Let's go out to Philadelphia.
Hey, Zach. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? Thanks for the call.
Hey, I have a few things. So, I wanted to get it all in, but some of the calls were long. Did anybody pick up on Kawhi Leonard's press conference?
I didn't see it. What happened?
Okay. He spoke about the Warriors being, tenacious and so on and so forth. And they scored 23s. After he said that, they showed a highlight where Steph Curry was fouled shooting a three-pointer. Now, I'm not sure if Steph Curry shot the 20th three. By the way, realistically, the Warriors are better than the Raptors, even with injuries. And I'm saying that from a basketball perspective. But we know it's all rigged and it's all fake. But anyway, Steph Curry was fouled by number 23. Fred, I think his name is Fred Van Vliet.
Right.
Or Vlet. I looked up his name in Gematria, but I didn't write down the numbers. If you can take a minute to look up his name in a Gematria Nader and see what it comes to. But I think Steph Curry shot the 20th three on that play.
Well, you know what's funny about that guy? So the last game was on June 10th, 10/6, like 106. It was Van Vliet's 106th day of his age. The Warriors won with 106 points. And, of course, Oakland, California equals 106. And they play in the 106-foot-tall Oracle Arena. Yeah, that's always a magic number with them. So it's interesting to go into that player because, yeah, I spotted that it was his 106th day of his age before the game. I said, oh, let's see what he does tonight. So, okay, he was involved in this little ritual here.
Right. And he wore number 23, which took the Warriors to 2-3 and took the Raptors to 3-2, the reflection of 23.
Right, right.
That's the first thing I saw, and I laughed. Then there was something else in that game, but I'm going to go to something else. I'm surprised you didn't make a video, or if you didn't even think about it, of Carson Wentz's contract.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to look into that. I missed that story.
Yeah, Carson Wentz, 128 million. Somehow or another it comes up to 107 fully guaranteed, but he has 66 million guaranteed.
Okay.
Off the bat. And then they had a Carson Wentz day. I'm not even going to get too much into that. Then Philadelphia had a gay pride day here over the weekend. And, see, the thing is with that is, from what I saw out there, I didn't realize it was on Sunday. And that was on 6/9, which is I found interesting. But you know, the things that they do, you know, is like very outlandish. And I'm not going to make any comments about that, but I mean, the way they were dressed and the way they was acting and then they had little kids dressed in the rainbow colors.
Right.
You know, it's like, you know, so that's another thing. I'm going to come off of that. It just so happened they showed Conspiracy Theory tonight, the movie Conspiracy Theory. I found that interesting as well. And also, there's a movie called The Knowing. If you ever saw that movie, I'm interested to see it. It came out in 2010, I think.
With Nicolas Cage?
With Nicolas Cage, yes.
Yeah, I've talked about that movie before. That's a movie that is directly talking about what we're discussing here. It's about how everything's by the numbers and seemingly everything's pre-planned. So, yeah, people should check out that movie.
Right. And then I saw the preview to that today, so they're going to be showing that soon. And one last thing, Antonio Brown. I told you about a YouTuber called Chronicles of Judah 144.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but between your blogs and his, and we spoke about this EDP 445. That man, I you know, dude is just so freaking disgusting. It's ridiculous, and he has over 500,000 subscribers. And with the stuff he talks about, it's just dumb. It's stupid and it's retarded. And you know, you get your YouTube channel shut down. Chronicles of Judah 144. He talks about a lot of good content on his channel. But he did a video on Antonio Brown's Baphomet rings. He had 2 Baphomet rings that was made.
Huh.
And he broke down, you know, certain things in this video, what that represented and so on and so forth. And he had a chain to go along with it.
I'll check that out.
So, you know, I just it's interesting that how you don't have, I mean, you got to get your things, because I think someone you was talking to earlier, they was worried about the channels getting shut down because of something. I'm trying to remember what he said. But yeah, but I mean, this guy, I mean, I'm trying not to say any cuss words here, but this guy, you know, he thinks he has fans. He's so delusional. He thinks he has fans, and then his fans, so-called fans, they troll him.
Sure.
Because he's a fat, you know what I'm saying? But yet he has 500,000 subscribers, and he don't talk anything that has any substance to it. But you have to like try to, you know, just keep pushing and pushing. And by the way, your effing retarded videos are, man, they're paramount. Because that's what people retarded.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know any other way. It offends people, but I don't know any other way to put it. I mean, retarded means stunted, and I don't know how any other way to describe the people in our society. So, yeah, man. Sometimes I just got to say it.
Yeah, they are retarded. That's my last comment. They are retarded. And by the way, speaking of retarded, after that last game was over, the game a couple of days ago, you know, these guys on my block, they're down the street arguing, going on 12:30 at night about the game. They have no idea, and then I picked right up on that. Oh, Kawhi Leonard's well, you know, they were tenacious, and they shot 23s, and I'm like, wow. And then see Steph Curry gets fouled by number 23.
Right.
It sets the record 2-3 and 3-2.
Yeah, man.
I mean, come on.
They put it right in people's face. I mean, if people would just pay attention to the dates and the scores, it's just like, what are the odds of this night after night? And I mean, most people don't even pay attention. Almost everyone I know that follows sports, I said, did you notice the Warriors scored the same score in all 3 of the first games? And everybody I've asked has said, no, I didn't notice that. So
that was crazy. I didn't notice that either until I saw your video. I'm like, wow, 109 points every game.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
Come on, man. And there's no way. I mean, I thought it was going to be over. I don't know what's the Canada connection. I saw your video about Drake and the Scorpion album and so on and so forth. But I don't know. This whole Oracle thing, the last game being there, I don't know. I can't tell. But you know, I know you have them coming back and winning in 7.
I could be wrong. I didn't think this series was going to go the way it's going right now, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. So.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, it's just that, you just never know with them. And then, Bleacher Report, they didn't have the games going past 5 games. And then all of a sudden that game concluded. So now they have a games 6.
Right.
And then, but yeah, man, I don't want to hold, those callers that's coming up. And I apologize if I took as long as I had, but I had to get these things out.
It's cool, man. And the reason I let you go on is because there's so many times you've called in over the last year where it's the end of the show and I got to rush you off. So I just want to let you get it out tonight.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate your call. You have a good night. All right, take care, man. Thanks. Yeah, we're all frustrated, man, because we can't get the people around us to see the obvious. Let's go out to Florida. How are you, Florida?
Hello, Zach.
Yes, thanks for calling.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate everything you do.
You're welcome.
This is Walter. I watched you from the whiteboard days. I called you 2 weeks ago. I missed you last week.
Well, sorry, I missed last week's show. That's my fault, but thanks, Walter.
I love your show, man, but lately, man, it's really getting on my nerves, man, because people don't know when to stop. But, man, I just want to say this, man. We know what's going on. We know who's doing it. What are we going to do about it? And I'd like to make a request.
Please.
I know you tried this before. It didn't work, but let's try it again because you got more people listening. People get 1 minute. What are we going to do about it?
Okay, let's do that the rest of the show. 1 minute. What are we going to do? Okay.
Thank you, Zach.
Wait. What are we going to do? I'm asking you first. You're first up.
Well, I stopped paying taxes about 10 years ago.
There you go.
I refuse to pay for, what's going on in this country. I refuse to pay Israel. We know that Israel is against homosexuality. We know that Israel financed America, and everything that's going on in America right now is due to Israel. Okay? We know that. What are we going to do about it? That's what I want to know. We're just preaching to the choir when we call you and give you examples of our gematria. You know what I mean? It's just preaching to the choir. You're the man. You're the one that's telling this. You're the one that taught me that. I used to watch people like Alex Jones back in the day, and the cat guy, Lift the Veil. I used to watch him, and I watched your videos, and I said, "Oh, that crazy guy with the numbers. He's got some good information, but I don't know what these numbers are all about." But now I know what they're about. I agree with you. We know who's doing it, why they're doing it. What are we going to do about it?
Yeah, you're right on, man. Well, good for you. Cheers to you for not paying your taxes. So keep it up, friend, and we'll lead the way from there. All right, so let's try to do that. I know a lot of you wait on hold and you probably got all sorts of things to say, but if you could keep it to a minute and also just get a quick idea out for what we can do, that would be awesome. Let me go out to Delaware. Delaware, thank you for your patience.
Hey, what's going on, Zach?
What's up, man?
What we can do about what's going on is just, stop partaking in the government, and honestly, like not working for these low rank bullshit fast food restaurants. My bad for cussing, but like not working for Burger King, McDonald's, like these low chain places that are only paying $8.25 an hour. I haven't had a job since December, so I've been coming up with money for other ways, so that way I'm not wasting my time bending my back over, doing tedious work, cleaning mirrors, a bunch of bull crap, nonsense work at these places that are just not even doing anything for anybody. But I know there's people in the line, and I have a great call for next Wednesday if you have a show live on Wednesday.
I will. There will be a show next Wednesday. Absolutely. All right, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for your passion and your message. You have a good night, friend.
Thank you.
All right, take care, man. All right, out to Massachusetts. Is that Zenith of the Alpha? Are you there? Zenith? I know Zenith, or it looks like it didn't work. There we go.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on, Zenith.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm like late for work. All right, I'll keep it real quick. So I want to talk about football in 9/11. The head coach of the college team, the Clemson Tigers, recently compared himself to Osama bin Laden. I don't know if you heard about this, but his name is Dabo Swinney. I don't know if I pronounced it right, Dabo Swinney, but he said, I am kind of like Osama bin Dabo. I have to navigate my way through caves and whatnot. Many media outlets published this story on the 11th of June. Now, you and many other people talk about how the 11th of June can be 11/6, upside down as 9/11. Because he compared himself to a name associated with 9/11. It's Osama bin Dabo, Osama bin Laden. So the 11th of June is the exact midway point between Osama bin Laden's birthday and September 11th. That's the exact midway point. And again, the 11th of June when the media was reporting on his football coach referring to himself as Osama bin Dabo. From Dabo's birthday, which is 11/20, November 20th, till Osama bin Laden's birthday, March 10th, is 111 days. 111 days is the amount of time remaining until the end of the year. As of 9/11, the amount of time remaining is 111 days. Of course, in ordinal gematria, New York equals 111. And actually, I had a whole lot more to say about that, but I don't have any time. Quick thing about what can we do about it? I mean, we need to increase we need to increase the awareness. I keep saying this and other people say this. Yeah, we're talking into an echo chamber and we're preaching to the choir. Absolutely good points, but we need to increase the freaking choir. You know what I mean? Other people need to know. You need to have the strength in numbers. And it's, you know, you talk to people in taxes and stuff. Sure, it's interesting when they hear the gematria examples and stuff. But once you start getting into, you know, the birthday matches up with this name, you know, people can hardly grasp 4 ciphers. So how are we gonna do anything about it if they don't understand what we're talking about? So I think we need to keep teaching about it first. We need to increase the choir. That's my point. I'll leave you at that, but I gotta go. We gotta talk another time soon about the New York Jets.
All right, appreciate it, man.
One thing I want to say. All right, take it easy, Jack.
All right, yeah, have a good night. That's Zenith of the Alpha. I'm sure I'll make a good video about it. Zenith of the Alpha. Let's go out to Brentwood, New York.
Hey, Zach, I'm going to come down real quick. 8/11 is in so many movies. You have 8/11 right in the beginning of Scarface when they set up to kill the guy in the camp. They show a little quick clip on 8/11. There was a riot and they staged a fake riot to kill someone politically. Pacino did, but the point is it shows 8/11. In this movie, The Black Klansman just came out, Spike Lee joint movie. At the end of the movie, they show a riot. And once again, it says on 8/11, there was this political riot, et cetera, et cetera. And The Black Klansman, you should look that up because, they came out on May 14th, which obviously is huge with Israel, their day they were created. And that was released in Cannes on May 14th. But then we released in America on August 10th, which is connected to 8/11 and Tisha B'Av. So look into the Black Klansman with 8/11. Last thing was, I was just recently at the Colorado airport, and they just changed up some things, and they have this huge mural of the world, and they have a ring around the other side of the building, which is just like the ring around Saturn, and right above America on the Earth, they have a 6-pointed star pointing straight down over America. And this is right there in your Denver, Colorado airport. And I'll leave it at that. Here's Johnny Stash. What's up, brother Zach?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, just text me that email. I got that whole itinerary mapped out for you, brother. Real quick, I just want to thank that New York caller for the compliment and the shout out. The Rosemary Baby point that he talked about in the 17-minute, 28-second mark of that movie, the old couple that was where that woman was staying
who committed suicide supposedly and jumped out the window. The cops were questioning this old couple. At the 17-minute and 28-second mark of that film, Rosemary's Baby, you see blood on the back of the Beetle. That was supposedly where the woman had jumped out the window. John Lennon was shot, blood on the back of the Beetle at the Dakota building.
Crazy.
And that's one of the spots, Strawberry Fields, which is right adjacent to the Dakota building. They have a memorial. So maybe that'd be a good meetup place. I put that in the itinerary. So check that out. Rosemary's Baby, 17-minute, 28-second mark, blood on the back of the Beetle. Brother, keep up the good work. One other quick thing. No, I will go let another caller get in because there are too many long ones there. All right, peace, brother.
All right, thanks, brother.
Send me your text on that email that I can send it to
I
you.
will. I thought I sent that the other day, but I will send it again, man. I'm sorry. That'll be there as soon as the show's over. Thank you.
You got it,
brother. All right, you have a good night.
Peace. See
you, man. All right, New York City again. What's up, New York City?
Exactly. I'll make this quick. I was trying to connect. Well, you see all these stories about the Dominican Republic, about the people dying, going on vacation, the Big Papi getting shot. And I saw your video about Big Papi, and I saw Derek's video about Big Papi. You know what it is? You know it's the 400 year of slavery anniversary. And Santo Domingo was the first place where the slaves came to the Americas from.
That's
So
true.
maybe that's why the Dominican Republic's in the news so much. That's what you think it is?
That makes sense, actually. Yeah, I'll look more to that angle.
Okay, the second point is you see Cuba Gooding Jr.'s in the news, right? About groping some woman in a Manhattan nightclub. And you know it's the anniversary of OJ, of his ex-wife and the dude getting killed. You know that, right?
And he played OJ in that show, huh?
Yes, so I just want to make the 2 points. So can you make a blog and look into those two?
I'm on it. Appreciate it, man.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night.
All right.
And that's the same caller who pointed out the Bushwick Bill axe murders and how it was synced up with the rapper Bushwick Bill. And then 50 days after that story came out, Bushwick Bill died, and Bushwick Bill equals 50. So he's always making great observations. Let's go out to our good friend Jonathan. What's up, Jonathan?
Yo.
Hey, man. Sorry you've been on hold so long. What's up?
Hey, I think that a way that we can increase awareness is pointing out these murder by numbers. I think that the murder by numbers chapter in your book is one of the most important ones.
I agree.
Black youngster's brother, his name is Heavy Camp TD. He was found dead in Miami over the weekend. Details surrounding his death are still sketchy. You notice how they always say that, right?
Right.
So anyway, that's his brother found dead in Miami over the weekend. But 3 years before that, in 2016, Black youngster's younger brother was also killed.
Is he the dude?
What are the odds of that? Like,
is he the guy who had that album came out called 322 on March 22nd? Is that the same rapper?
Exactly. He had the album. He had an album called 223.
223. Yeah.
He had another one called
Illuminati.
Another one called Illuminati.
Right.
So, but think about that. If you're okay, like if I have two brothers, right, and I'm coming from the street, okay, like say one of them, gets shot. But what are the odds that both of them are going to get shot and murdered all within a 3-year span? You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's very strange, And not only that, there's a dance hall artist named Ja Hyatt. He was shot and killed in Canada today. And there was another rapper named Hella Bands. He was shot and killed in Miami last month. So I think a good way to wake people up and get the awareness out there is by letting people know about these, because I've woken up a lot of people just by the murder by numbers. Like another example is Megan Thee Stallion. I have a video on that on my channel, which is the #1, capital I, infinite space consciousness with a capital C. And so anyway, her mother died. Her mother passed away at 40-something years old, and now she's catapulted to all this fame. As soon as she died, now she has records on the Billboard 100. You know, her fame is increasing slowly but surely. You see what I'm saying?
Of course. You know what I've observed that anytime you see these deaths of these rappers, all of a sudden their music is on the stations on the radio. If you have Sirius XM, it's just so easy to watch this. As soon as that rapper XXX Tentacion died, I'd never even heard him before. But then all of a sudden, all of his music was on the radio. I was like, okay, so now he's supposedly dead, and now his music's on the radio. And then Nipsey Hussle. I'd never heard of Nipsey Hussle before, honestly, before his death. Now his music's always on the radio. It's just like, it's not hard to see the way they do this. They bring these people to your attention through the death, and then next thing you know, their music's everywhere. So, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's I mean, like with Black Youngster, his music is trash. I mean, it's real trash. I mean, his music is horrible. So the only way he could, you know, even have a rap career is I'm assuming through these sacrifices. He sacrificed both these.
Jonathan, we're out of show, man. Call me back on the other number because I'm going to stay on YouTube. You can call me through the phone and I'll pick up your call.
All right, I'll call you.
All right, we'll be right back, everybody.
All right.
All right. So I am going to stay on after just because I haven't done a show. Well, I mean, I've only done one show in the last month, which is not the norm. So I'm going to stay on. There were like 30 people still on hold whose call I didn't get to. That's the worst I've ever done. I apologize. I'm going to wait for Jonathan to call here, and then I'm going to put out the number for other people to call. And let me see. I also want to look up. They switched up the YouTube user interface recently, and now it's harder for me to navigate. I like the old system better, but let me see. I like to respond to everybody's comments, but for the people who do send the super chats, I want to make sure that I didn't miss what you guys wrote. If I can figure out even how to find them. Let me see. Before it was easy, you just went to community and they got rid of the community button. Isn't that interesting that they get rid of the community button? It's like, why'd they get rid of that? All right, here's Jonathan. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, so, to me, it's just, you know, just continuing where we left off. To me, it just seems like very odd that, like, for example, with Megan Thee Stallion, her mother was 46, and, you know, it's always sketchy circumstances, or the details are unknown, or, you know, it's always like, there's never any details, you know, just, like, for a woman to just drop dead who's completely healthy at 40-something years old, it's just kind of odd to me, you know. And then they'll say something like, well, for example, like Megan Thee Stallion, she was saying, well, it was a brain tumor, and she made a small post on Instagram talking about the death. But then, like, 2-3 days later, she's showing videos of, she's showing herself dancing and partying, and, you know, it's almost like nothing ever really happened. And in reality, if for most people, if their mother passed, they're going to be devastated.
Right.
You know, you're not going to have your mother pass, and then 2-3 days later, you twerking, you know, you having videos twerking, you dancing, you popping bottles in the club. 2 or 3 days later, after your mother passed, you know, you're going to be, most normal people are going to be in a state of, they're going to be in a state of shock. They're going to be devastated. They're not going to be partying 2-3 days later.
And exactly. That's not the typical emotional response. You got to go through the grieving period and all that. And by the way, her mother died on March 22nd, the same day that Black Youngster came out with that 223 album. And March 22nd was the date with the 44 and 64 numerology, like how the word kills 44 and 64. And it was 35 days from her birthday. And the mother's name is Holly Thomas, which equals 149, which is the 35th prime. And then she died 35 days from the daughter's birthday. And as soon as that Megan Thee Stallion, and what a weird name for a woman anyway, I mean, but as soon as she died, her songs were just all over the radio. I'd never even heard of her before. It's like, wow. Because if you have what's it called, Sirius XM, man, and you just flip through those stations, they're always playing the same group of songs, but all of a sudden her songs were just everywhere. And I was like, look how this works. Your mom dies, and the next thing you know, you're getting commercial radio play 24/7 around the clock. So
exactly. And the music, the talent, it's like with Black Youngster, like I was just saying earlier, like his music is just trash bag. Like it's just so trash, but he gets radio play. And but for why? Why does he get radio play when there's no talent? So it has to be. It's almost like you have to do something. You have to either have sacrifices around you, or you have to do something gay, or something. You're just not going to get in the music industry and accumulate a bunch of fame without having to sell your soul, basically.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole phrase, sold the soul for rock and roll. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And essentially what happens then is then you got all these young people worshiping these stars, and they're not seeing the dark half of this, and they're thinking this is what they want their life to be. And if only they knew. So
exactly. Yes. I haven't been following sports that much lately. I took a little break.
Yeah.
So I was listening in the night, and I heard a lot of interesting new things. Because I basically just took a break, like a 2-week break off the sports deco, because it was just getting overwhelming. Like it's good, and it works, but like and just doing it every day, it just got a little tiring.
I get it, man. Trust me. It is. It is. It is.
I don't see how you don't get worn out a little bit.
Well, I am a little bit worn out.
Yeah. I had to take a couple breaks off, but what I heard was very interesting. Like you said that Golden State scored 109 points in the first 3 games.
Right. So here's what's up with that. So I'm sure you know about how the riddle ran with Drake and the Raptors advancing to the finals.
Yeah.
Okay. So Drake released that Scorpion album on June 29th, which is Kawhi Leonard's last birthday. So that album came out on Kawhi Leonard's birthday. And what's interesting is Scorpion equals 109 if you just use the alphabetic order. And what else is a trip is that album released on a date with 73 numerology. And of course, this is the 73rd NBA season. And the last song on that album is called March 14th, which is Steph Curry's birthday, the 73rd day of the year. So that album has been a big part of the riddle with the NBA season, which I didn't realize until the Raptors were in the Eastern Conference Finals. So slept on that. But that also about the 109. So it connects to the name Scorpion. There's also this story circulating about like a lawsuit going on with the nickname The Claw, which is associated with Kawhi Leonard. And the Claw is spelled with a K, like K for Kawhi. The Claw's 109 too. And then what else I noticed that's 109 is the full name of Michael Jordan. Michael Jeffrey Jordan's 109, and right now he's getting comparisons to Jordan. So, and of course the Warriors are trying to match, you know, Jordan's three-peat. So, but yeah, I mean, how can people sit there and watch the same score 3 nights in a row and not observe it? But people don't. So,
and you know what's interesting too is like Drake's basically the biggest rapper, you know, in hip hop, and he's from Toronto, and they have the name Toronto Raptors. Like rap is in the name.
that's true.
And Drake's the biggest rapper basically in both countries. So that's interesting, and so I see that the Blues just won the Stanley Cup. What do you think about that? Like I said, I haven't been following it in about 3 weeks.
Okay, so every team that swept in the playoffs, swept a team in the playoffs, lost in the next round. So the Bruins were the last team to sweep a team. They swept the Carolina Panthers in the Eastern Finals, and now they just got beat in Game 7. And the Bruins today picked up their 57th season win on a date with 57 numerology. Or the Blues did. The Blues got their 57th season win on a 57 date. And 57 is that big championship number. When you write out World Series, it's 57. When you write out NBA Finals, it's 57. You know, when you write out 57 as a word, it equals the same thing as Super Bowl and championship. So that was right there on the surface for the Blues. And they did it on the most perfect date. For the Bruins had a nice riddle today, too. It was 313 days after Tom Brady's birthday, 313, like how the score of the Super Bowl was 3-13. And 313 is the 65th prime number. And the Bruins were going for their 65th season win. And it would have been the Bruins' 322nd playoff win all time. And today's George Herbert Walker Bush's birthday, Mr. Skull and Bones 322. And he was born in Milton, Massachusetts, which is 10 miles outside of Boston. And also, you just had the shooting of David Ortiz the day that the Bruins just won their last game. And David Ortiz is born on the 322nd day of the year. And right now he's in Boston. So I think that, man, they are like, I feel like they realize that we've been, you know, decoding their sports and tearing apart their rigging system. And I think they're like, you know what? We're about to up the difficulty setting about 10 times. Now choose who's going to win. So it's just crazy the way some of these riddles have been in recent years. So
wow,
yeah,
that's interesting. You know what's interesting is that it's funny how they try to make certain places look like they're so dangerous. But I actually lived in the Dominican Republic for 3 years when my mom was going to college. And the time, I mean, I was a little kid, but when I was there, it didn't seem like that bad of a place.
Sure.
And another thing is I was in Chicago this past weekend because my nephew graduated high school, and I brought my daughter with me. So she wanted to see, as we were leaving out, she wanted to see, because my sister lives in Obama's neighborhood. It's a neighborhood called Hyde Park.
Right.
So my daughter wanted to see Obama's house, the house that he grew up in. And you know what's funny is that he doesn't live on 47th Street, but the main street, like before you get to his house, like the main road is 47th Street.
Huh.
I was like, wow. Out of all the numbers, like, you know, like that can't be a coincidence, you know. And so
he became president at age 47 too. So
right. Plus, we know everything else that goes at 47.
Right.
You know, and it was weird. I was like, wow, he lives not right off 47th, but 47th is the next biggest street.
Right.
So it was weird. I was like, wow. But anyway, like supposedly Chicago's supposed to be this dangerous place, but every time I go there, and maybe it's just that neighborhood, but every time I go there to see my sister, I never have any kind of problems. I never see anything. And Miami, I was born and raised in Miami, and I've seen some things in Miami, but it's funny how like the media tries to portray certain cities to be so dangerous and like I just said, like I was just saying, Black Youngster's brother got killed Saturday in Miami, and then 2 weeks before, another rapper from Chicago named Alabama got killed in Miami, and another rapper named NBA Youngboy, he was shot at 2 weeks ago in Miami, and it's just funny how like, you know, they want to portray certain cities to be so super gangster, but when you go there, it's like, you know, it's not like I'm looking for any trouble, but I'm just saying, like, the media, to me, it's like they over sensationalize it, like they hype it up to be like something that is really not. I'm sure there are dangerous parts in Chicago, as well as Miami, as well as the Dominican Republic, but to me, they hype it up. You know what I'm trying to say? They exaggerate, in other words.
Indeed. Yeah. So
how you been though?
Meanwhile, just working away, man. So yeah.
Okay.
Staying busy.
So you still plan on going to Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I will be in Philadelphia for that conference from September 13th to 15th, and then I'm going to spend at least a week after that traveling from Philadelphia and to DC and New York, and try to meet up with some people and put some locations out there where people can meet up. And
yeah, I'm going to try to catch you some way or somewhere, somehow.
All right, man. Yeah, that'll be good.
That's pretty much all I have, and maybe I'll co-host with you next week. I'll let you know.
All right, sounds good, man. You have a good night. Good talking to you.
All
right, take care, man. Okay, just before I put out the number for other calls, I just want to thank the people for the super chats. There was a man named Rob Crew. He sent $10 and said, "Can you get an audio version of the book?" And I bet you if I go through my email, I bet you there's an audio version of my book there that somebody else made, because there was some time back that somebody said they were working on it. I honestly, guys, I can't keep up with all the communication that comes to me. I have 3 different email addresses. I get endless messages on this text line. I get phone calls all day. Plus, I'm just trying to do work, and it's just like I need a team of people to help me, honestly. So I know that somebody months ago said that they were working on an audio version of the book, and I told them to just go for it. They said did they need my permission or anything? I said, no, if you want to do that, I don't have any problem with it. I said, a lot of people want that. If you want to make it and sell it, I don't even care. So I'll go through my email and see if I can find that. And I'll let you know where you can get it if it's out there. So, and Rob Crew sent another super chat, and he's like, "Can I get that audio book?" So he really wanted that. Thank you for the donations, man. I'll figure out if I can figure out if somebody did make the audio book, and I'll let you know. So, and then I did catch the one earlier. Somebody asked if the numbers can predict lottery outcomes. I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe. I have a feeling that you can use this stuff. I've spent the time showing how the sports games are rigged. I have a feeling there's definitely some stuff with the market that's by this code. Sometimes I think that I need to look at like commodities trading and just Wall Street day trading more. I bet this knowledge can be used for all sorts of things to get ahead financially if that's what you really want to do. I don't know if the lotto would be the way I would do it, but perhaps so. Oh, here, let me take this call. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Zach, what's the email, brother?
It's my name. It's Zach, Z-A-C-H, Hubbard, Hubbard, 83 @gmail.com.
At 83 Gmail.
Yeah, so Zach Hubbard 83 @gmail.com.
Just A-C-H. And
Right.
then your last name, Hubbard. All right.
Right.
I don't think I made myself clear. Kill equals 17 in reduction and 28 equals
Right.
reduction.
Oh, I was following you, man. Yeah, no, I got exactly what you're saying.
I don't think what the other callers made the connection with the kill, but
Sure.
all right, good work, brother.
All right. Thanks, man. You have a good night.
I'll send that in the morning. My wife will email it.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks again for doing that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome. Bye.
So he knows the Northeast, so he's going to send me some good spots where I could have people meet up while I'm back there. So I'm still waiting to figure out what my schedule is while I'm in Philadelphia at the conference. I don't know if I speak just one day or if I speak all 3 days. But once I know my schedule for Philadelphia, then I'll figure out what other days around that I can set up some times to meet up with people in the area. Because I know a lot of people who follow this work are from the Northeast. So seems like something's going on in the Northeast. Higher percentage of people are awake out there. Okay. And then Ann Bradley wrote, Zach, I hope you got my email. Call to CCNY. Okay. I need to just have one email address. Call to CCNY. I will look for that. So thank you, Ann Bradley. And somebody left a message. No one would able to even comprehend. I'm not sure. No religion higher than truth. Maybe you were responding to something in the moment, so I missed what you were originally responding to. But I agree. No religion higher than the truth. Yeah, I do agree with that. And you know, what's that saying? The truth shall set you free. So, all right. For anybody who would like to phone in, 509-731-0567. Again, 509-731-0567. That's the number to call in. Caller? Caller, you're on.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, you're on.
Hey, man. Hey, I got a couple things we could do. First of all, I think we need to stop pedestalizing all the cops and the military people, because when the government decides to come after everybody, whether it's through the red flag laws and all this, it's going to be all these police officers and sheriffs and everybody and National Guard people, the military. It's people that we're all friends and family related to. They're going to be the ones that are tasked with coming after us. As you know, it's our own government that shuts us down during times of war and war against terrorism, and all this type of stuff. So instead of giving up your seat on the airplane to the military guy, maybe just give him a sideways glance and quit pedestalizing these people that join the military, because they're in it. And they're doing the bankers' wars, man. They're in it for the man. A lot of them don't understand it, but we need to make them understand it and quit championing them because they're serving. You know what I mean? That's one thing we can do. Another, I think you're in a great spot, dude. You should start a petition. National Goy Day, or National Goy Week, where everybody don't go to work, dude. Think about it. When the cashiers at the gas stations don't show up, the dudes flipping burgers don't show up, the people in higher paid jobs, the city workers doing the road construction, and everybody all joins in and none of us show up for work for a day or two, well, that's going to cause problems for the people that run all that shit. You know what I mean? They're not going to be able to, have business as usual because they're running everybody ragged right now. Where I work, they laid people off and now they got a skeleton crew, and what all it's doing is causing stress on everybody. Everybody's burned out. Everybody's pissed. They're actually turning on each other because one guy's frustrated because another guy ain't around to do his job. Well, he's frustrated because he's overworked. And it's just an ongoing thing. It just gets worse and worse and worse. So, you know what? I think you should start up a petition, man. You got all the followers. National Goy Day. Pick a day during the summer so we I'll just go fishing or something, man. You know what I mean? Or do what you want to do. Stay home with your kids or whatever, man. Go to the beach instead of going to work. And they'll feel it, because if everybody does it, what are they going to do? They're going to fire you and hire somebody else who doesn't know the job, and then you'll all just do the same thing in next National Boy Day? You know, I mean, it's a start. It's about time we need to start pushing back, man.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Indeed. Well, that is actually a good idea. The word goy equals 47, so I'm thinking April 7th or July 4th could make a lot of sense. Goyim is actually 33, so March 3rd could also be the day too.
Right. Well, don't do 4th of July, because people will miss out on their holiday pay.
This is true.
You know?
April 7th's open.
You know? So that's my 2 cents, man, on what we can do. I mean, we can't just go to the State House and pitchfork everybody, you know what I mean? But that's one thing we can do. So, but anyway, I'll let you get to your next callers. But hey, Zach, I do need to talk to you, because I got the killer decode on the Super Bowl, dude. I want to talk to you and just throw some stuff at you, because I got some deep stuff that I guarantee will blow your mind, dude. I'm serious. It's deep. And the more I keep looking at it, the more it all keeps lining up.
All right, man.
I do want to talk to you on the side, you know, without being in, you know, big audience and everything, just to see what you got to say, you know. So let's just either you give me a call or tell me a good time that I can reach you when you're not busy.
Okay, I'll give you a call. I'll call you up tomorrow, man, and see if you're available.
Right on, man. Hey, if you could do it, like, I'd say, oh man, tomorrow's not real. All right, call me like 3 o'clock or so your time.
So that's 5 o'clock your time?
Yep.
Okay, 3 o'clock my time. Okay, you got it, man.
All right, man.
All right.
All right, cool.
All right, take
Talk
care.
to you later.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, yeah, for people calling in, it's not like the show, it's my cell phone. So I can only take one call at a time, so you're just going to have to time your call, and I will pick it up as soon as I can. So the line's open right now. Again, the number to call in is 509-731-0567. And just want to say thank you to, whoa, there's been a lot of comments. Thank you to Liz. She said she can't post the comments she wants, so she tried it out with a super chat. And I appreciate the hearts. Thanks, Liz. Okay, let's see. Looks like New Hampshire? New Hampshire?
Yep, how you doing?
Hey, you're on.
Oh, yeah, so I had something that was kind of like a little while back. It was like the diss song that Eminem did against Machine Gun Kelly. And I noticed in the picture, like it was like the album cover or whatever, it looks exactly like Mac Miller's Good AM album. It was really strange. I didn't really think it could possibly be a coincidence, but it's pretty much the same exact thing. The song was called Kill Shot.
Right. I actually did a video on that. Yeah. What do you notice?
It's just like, it's pretty much the exact same, like, it's like the bottom half of Mac Miller's face, and it's on the song Kill Shot. I just thought it was kind of weird that like rap battle beef or whatever was around the same exact time Mac Miller was killed, or overdosed or whatever they said it was.
Yeah, I think it was released 7 days after he died.
Yeah, exactly. It was too much of a coincidence for it to be, you know what I mean? Like, it was ridiculous. And I noticed that, and the other song was also called like Rap Devil that Machine Gun Kelly put out. So it was all just really strange.
Sure.
I'm not sure Gematria would be behind that.
Sure. So here I can tell you, I pulled up my post on it. So the song released September 14th, 2018, and that was a date with 34 numerology, and kill shot equals 34. And then of course murder equals 34, kill shot, murder. So there's a association there. It's right after the death of the rapper Mac Miller. Like you said, he died September 7th, and we said to watch out for that date for a death. Ended up being him. September 14th can also be written 14/9, like 149. That's the 35th prime. Rap equals 35. MGK equals 14. It came out on the 14th of the month. Let me see. Machine Gun Kelly equals 74. Killshot's also 47, the reflection. So is Ohio. I think he's an Ohio rapper. And Rap Devil equals 42 and 48, like Freemason. There's a few other things. Oh, it came out it came out on Eminem's 333rd day of his age, 47 weeks and 4 days after his birthday.
That's interesting with the 333 because Mac Miller, I'm pretty sure he died. Was like, I think it was like 3 weeks and 3 days after his album came out or something like that.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. There was a lot of things to his death.
Yeah. It's just like it's getting to the point where it's kind of ridiculous with all that kind of stuff that they're making it almost obvious. But yeah, okay. So I just didn't know if you knew the correlation with that. You should check out the cover for the that song Killshot sometime and look at the I think it's called Good AM, which is also kind of like Go OD AM.
Okay.
Which is that's how Mac Miller died, was at OD in the morning. So it was all just kind of eerie, I guess.
Right. One more thing. That guy's song Rap Devil. That song released September 8th, which can be written 8/9, like 89. And his full name is George Kelly Barnes, and his name equals 89. So
weird.
Yeah, there's even more. I actually have an older video on it if you want to search. I don't think that's one of the videos they took down. It should still be up there somewhere, but there's even more information. But yeah, those were just some of the standout things that I noticed. So,
oh, cool.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Have a good one.
Caller?
What's up, Zachary?
Hey, what's up? You're on.
What have you been up to, bud?
Well, doing the show, man. What's up?
Doing the show. Hey, I was going to ask you, why did you back off the FE?
Say it again?
The flat earth stuff.
What about it?
You haven't said much about it lately.
Well, I normally don't talk about flat earth unless people ask me about it, but
did you change your mind?
About what?
About your beliefs?
Well, that the earth, that I don't like the flat earth theory? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, you still in that?
Well, I still don't like the flat earth theory, yeah. Nothing's changed there.
You know, that idea really goes along with big government.
Well, I guess, but I mean, to me, it's just like nobody can prove that the earth is flat. No one has proven that the earth is flat. And if you can't prove it, then what's the point of talking about it? I mean, essentially, that's what it boils down to for me.
I actually got a Cat 1150 dozer. I can pull up elevation specs in Dubai. I can truck it to Washington State and prove to you that everything is sea level and elevation from an architect standpoint, from an engineering standpoint.
Okay, how?
So basically, you could calculate all the elevation specs with sea level, and then basically just do the math from there. So yeah, elevation proves that elevation is sea level. Everything is built off sea level and elevation. So all these architects, all these engineers, they all know, the truth. So yeah, we out in the construction industry, we pretty much know it. I mean, I've laid pipeline across 3 states, and I could prove it to you that it's flat, brother.
Okay, man. Well,
one last thing, and I'll let you go. From the Panama Canal, from the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, they've actually sent lasers through there, and it's the exact same from the Pacific Inlet to the whole thing is completely. Now it goes up in locks, but that's because it goes up elevation. So they didn't have to carve the whole thing sea level. You see what I mean?
All right. Well, It's interesting. I mean, it's just like,
if I could sit you down, I've got 2018 case 1150M, and if I could sit you in it and pull up all the specs and the sea level, the elevations in Kansas, the elevations in Dubai, Singapore, you could pull up. The problem is the technology is getting too advanced, where it's kind of like the cat's out of the bag. You know, and I'm not saying it's, you know, we have a dome over us or we don't have a dome, whether we have an ice wall or whether it's an infinite plane. I'm not saying that, like you said, we don't really know. But all I can tell you is shit don't add up from what they're telling us.
well, that much we can agree on, so.
All right, brother.
All right, appreciate it, man.
All right, brother.
All right, have a good night. Yeah, so, I mean, again, to me, the whole flat earth theory, it's like, it doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is. It's like, it's just not my thing.
I mean, again, to me, the whole flat earth theory is like, hello?
Yeah, what's up?
This is Zach?
Yeah, this is Zach.
Oh, okay, dude. You know how a while ago you did a video about the Golden State Warriors, and I started talking about how the movie Pacific Rim, they had the Golden Gate Bridge was blown up, or there was a attack on the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right.
Huh?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, right.
Yeah, so Marvel's Avengers came out with a video game a few days ago, and in the video game, like for the commercial, there's an explosion on the Golden Gate Bridge. I was wondering if you saw that.
I haven't seen it, but somebody told me about it, so I'll have to look it up. It's called Avengers video game?
Yeah, it's like E4, Marvel's Avengers game E4.
Okay.
I don't know, like, I tried to do like Gematria myself. I'm not really that good. Didn't really find anything. Hopefully just be something that I can see.
Okay. All right, I'll look it up.
All right, well, that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, actually a few people have said I need to check that out, that there's some new video game trailer. But I mean, just over the years, there's been a lot of predictive programming in movies and cinema and TV shows for some catastrophic event at the site of the Golden Gate Bridge. And, you know, it wouldn't be a surprise if we saw something happen in our lifetime and possibly as soon as this year. So they like to foreshadow their plans through popular media. And, you know, again, the World Trade Centers are a shining example. So let's see. If nobody else has to call in, let me just take a look at the chat here. Let's see. Gary, I see your super chats. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Let's see. Caller?
Yes. Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Okay. If nobody called, I figured I would call. You know, tonight how you kept discussing in sports, so you saw a lot of coding of the 4 to 1, 4 to 1, blah, blah, blah. And there's been a lot of coding of 114 as well. I'm the girl that does the soccer. So anyway, real quickly, I wanted to say to the guy in New York that also does the Gematria with the soccer with Liverpool, quickly, I have 2 points. The stadium in Spain where the Champions League final was played, Wanda Metropolitano Stadium, Madrid, Spain, equals 411.
Huh.
Is that 4-1 thing again? And if you go to, hopefully he's listening, if you go to the Hillsborough disaster, which occurred on 4/15/1989, and you take that date right to 6/1/19, which was the actual date of the Champions League match this year, 6/1/19, that adds up to 11,004 days.
Huh.
with 1.4 again.
So
you got the stadium, it goes to 411. You got the Hillsborough disaster all the way to 6/1/19, the date of that championship that adds up to 11,004 days. So you got that 4-1 going. Now you were talking about the 4-1, in the basketball as far as 4-1 and blah blah blah.
Well, the 114 was a big part of this riddle because it all started with the 114th World Series, which was played last year in October 2018. And then from the Super Bowl to the start of the Stanley Cup was a span of 114 days. So, yeah, okay.
And also the person that won the Boston Marathon, their birthday was the 114.
Huh.
So there's obviously something going on with 114 in sport. But, and I was just sitting around when I was listening to the college, and I put in the number 41, spell that. It equals 118.
Right. Oh, yeah, just like George Herbert Walker Bush, and today's his birthday.
Right. So this 41 and this 114 is sort of coding back to the 118 again.
Right. Well, that's also part of the reason we were looking at 118. George Herbert Walker Bush, the day he died, November 30th, 11 plus 30, 41. He was number 41. Skull and bones equals 41. From the day he died to August 11th is 254 days later. And the reason that's interesting is because September 11th is the 254th day of the year. And of course, he gave the speech once upon a time on September 11th about the new world order and a world freer of terrorism. And then his son ended up being the president when 9/11 happened. So, yeah. But so anyway, he's one of the reasons we're looking at 118 as well.
And also I was, because I just, was thinking in my head as I was listening to callers, if you go back to 118, you could look at it, and I'm not sure, this is just speculation on my part, but the 118, I can also look at that as 2 8. 2 1s could equal 2 8. Possibly 1 1 is 2, 2 8. The reason why I'm thinking that, or speculating, is because Trump is 2 8. And we have to tie in why he's the president at this time. Yeah, his family lineage is from Germany and from Scotland, but there's a reason why he's the president right now, because these people are selected, they're not elected. So I'm thinking 2 8 Trump.
Remember what day the election was, too. It was November 8th.
Correct. And so there's obviously a tie-in with the sports and with this third temple situation with Trump.
So with Trump in August 11th, part of what we've been talking about with him is, again, he's Mr. 58. He won the 58th U.S. presidential election. He announced he was running from the 58-story Trump Tower. He hired the 58-year-old Steve Ray for Inauguration Day. August 11th, 2019 will be a date with 58 numerology, and it'll be 58 days from Trump's birthday. And what's interesting is third temple equals 58. Herod's temple equals 58. Solomon's temple equals 58. Remember, right now there's a shekel on sale in Israel with Donald Trump's face on one side and King Cyrus. And then on the other side, there's the third temple, and that shekel's being sold to raise money to build the third temple. And Donald Trump was in Jerusalem for Jerusalem Day on May 22nd, 2017. And May 22nd is the reflection of August 11th. May 22nd is the 142nd day of the year, leaving 223 days remaining. August 11th is the 223rd day of the year, leaving 142 days remaining. Anyway, from Trump's visit there, May 22nd, to August 11th this year is 811 days later.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great if we had some kind of database.
Sure. I agree.
But I have another thing that I just thought of, and I wanted to say this. This has nothing to do with what we were talking about before. But you know how Hollywood and the stars are all talking the symbolization of the heart with their fingers, making the heart shape with their phalanges, And I kept thinking, everything they do is turned upside down, right?
Right.
If you take the heart shape with your phalanges and you turn it upside down, it looks a lot like a butt to me, like butt cheeks, And then we get back to the whole situation with homosexuality. And if you look at that heart, you turn it upside down, it looks like a butt cheek, which could be thought of as butt love. You know, and then you're looking into the whole homosexuality, we could also call it other things, and there's symbolization again of anal sex, you know, and the whole moving people towards that direction for whatever reason. I think it has to do with population control. It could be, but it also could do with, I'm trying to think of the word I was trying to think of. I can't think of it. The Gnostics, you know, because they're all into the male to the female to the male. And Gnostics are what we see in Hollywood. And, I mean, they're everywhere. They're all Gnostic. So there's got to be a tie-in with the Gnostics, with this heart pointed upside down, and butt love. Just a thought. I wanted your reaction to that.
Very possibly. Yeah. Yeah, I see the point you're making.
Anyway, it was a great show. I'm still listening. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. You have a good night. Caller?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing? Hold on, let me show my game outfit. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, you're on. What's going on, man?
What's up? I wanted to talk to you about something. I've been watching for a while. I actually found you on Adam Reed's channel, which is kind of funny. And then just watching him, just the way he acts, like there's like a fakeness, like his vibe, you know? But,
I agree.
yeah, it's weird watching him. And I see him on other people's channels that are like credible too, and I try to troll him and stuff. And on the chat, nobody sees it. But what I wanted to actually talk to you about, something that you don't talk about on your channel, I haven't seen yet, is the Ebola thing. Have you?
Well, we talked about Ebola a lot back in 2014 when that was the viral news, but I haven't talked about it much since then, really, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of this guy. His name is
You cut out. You said a guy and then his name dropped. What was it?
His channel is Styx Hexenhammer.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of his channel. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I watch him for like the news and stuff, and he talks about Ebola a lot. How there's a lot going on in Africa.
Well,
it's just, you know, get into a bigger city and a lot of cover it, you know.
Sure. I honestly haven't talked about Ebola, I don't think, since 2014. It was the viral news story that year.
Yeah, I guess it's just not really on the mainstream much, but there's a lot going on with it, you know.
So, well, I just did a web search just to see what comes up. So CNN actually has an article today on Ebola. So does the BBC. So does Vox. So okay, it looks like it might be coming back.
Yeah, and then it's just weird just thinking about it, just kind of thinking it could correlate with something.
Well, what I was saying in 2014 is, you know, I bet you they bring this back at some point in the future, because, I mean, they made it seem like it might be the end of the world when they were doing all that Ebola news at one point. And, yeah, those are the types of things I worry about. I mean, if they really did want to create chaos in society, they could unleash infectious disease on people. It's definitely true. I don't know if they ever would. I don't know how far these people will go, but it's not out of the question. So yeah, I'll look into these stories that are reemerging. They like to keep people in a state of fear, but you just never know when they might escalate their plans. So yeah, I'll do some work on these new Ebola headlines. I didn't realize this was back.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to make you and all the people aware of that, and then also too, if, you know, I don't really have a network or anybody, so anybody in Arizona or anybody wants to hit me up on Instagram, it's white.devil.from.theilluminati. And then, you know what's weird about that, dude, is I looked up the Gematria of that, and it's either 223 or 322. And my full name, Robert John Newman Jr., is 223.
Huh. How did you come up with that name?
That name like years ago.
How did you come up with that name?
I just thought it'd be funny.
Okay.
dude. It was like in 2016, 2015, and they wanted to take. I wanted a long name that would be funny and people would remember. I actually had underscores before dots, and it got deleted.
Dude, you want to know what's a trip, man? So I see multiple news outlets are emphasizing two phrases that have to do with Ebola. Just doing this web search, they're both based on the same phrase, but one is truly frightening. There's a lot of news sources emphasizing truly frightening in regards to the latest Ebola outbreak. And then other news sources are emphasizing truly frightening phase. And truly frightening phase equals 118, which of course is associated with death, just like Ebola. And then truly frightening alone is also 213, which is another number that symbolizes death. So yeah, I'll look into this more.
For sure. I got a friend in San Francisco, and he doesn't believe any of this stuff. And I don't even know how to I end up telling him slowly over things. He's like, "That's BS," you know. He's real liberal and stuff. There's no way I can tell him this. He'll be like, "What the hell are you talking about?" You know what I mean? There's gonna be a disaster in 8/11. How do you know this? You know?
Sure. And again, I'll remind people: 118 days before August 11th. That's the day that Notre Dame burned and Al-Aqsa Mosque, and those are two religious sites, and one of them's in Jerusalem. It's the third Al-Aqsa Mosque, which burned that same day as Notre Dame. That's the site we've been looking at for August 11th. Remember, August 11th is Tisha B'Av to remember the destruction of the two temples, and you saw two religious sites burn 118 days to August 11th. So, you know, I don't know what they're going to do that day, but they keep dropping clues and riddles that keep pointing right at that date. And for your friend in San Francisco, let them know that we've been talking about this since September of 2018. And when this baseball season began, they announced that on August 11th, they're going to remember the 1989 World Series earthquake team. And again, you got to go, and they're doing that on August 11th while they're hosting Philadelphia. Philadelphia equals 223. August 11th is the 223rd day of the year, and natural disaster equals 223. And again, they're going to commemorate that team that was in the World Series that had the earthquake, the two Bay Area teams. See, that's just what bothers me about people. Like, how do people look at that and just go, oh, that must have been a coincidence? You got the two Bay Area teams playing each other, and then there's this earthquake in the World Series. And especially when you learn this code, for your friend who's in San Francisco, if you've never heard me say this before, look this up. It's all true. That earthquake happened at 5:04 p.m. local, 5-4, the key digits. Baseball equals 54 outs in a key game, or 54 outs in a complete game. And the last thing shown on TV was the replay of Jose Canseco crossing home plate. That earthquake came 107 days after Jose Canseco's birthday. His full name equals 107. So does earthquake. So does military. And again, also HARP, the patent for HARP went down August 11th in history. And again, natural disasters 223, and they say, you know, HARP has the capability to quake the ground. So, you know, what bothers me though is you show things like that to people, and they're just like, oh, coincidence. It's like, really? You think that's a coincidence? Oh, that's a coincidence, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I think it says, honestly, I remember when I first saw your channel, or maybe it was another guy, maybe it was the Germinator guy, but I remember the first time watching that stuff thinking that when you first see it, but it's just, over time, it's too many coincidences. You know what I mean? You got to kind of follow it for a while, I think, for it to process. And most people aren't willing to do that, you know?
Sure. And I'll tell you what, if somebody told me that about the World Series earthquake and I didn't know anything about it, I'd think, okay, I got to look into that more. All that lines up like that. Okay, I got to look into that more. So, but that's not how most people react. Most people just go, "Oh, that's just coincidence." Like, "Oh, really? That's just a coincidence, huh?" Think about that. Think about that a little bit longer. What the odds of all that being a coincidence are? So, yeah, astronomical.
Everything through history.
Right, and then the same patterns persist again and again and again. So.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. Well, I just wanted to let you know about the Ebola. I appreciate you having me on.
Okay.
My name's Bobby, by the way. You'll probably hear from me again. I'm in Arizona, Tempe, Arizona.
Okay, I used to be in Tempe. I went to ASU.
Oh, did you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's crazy.
Class of 2005. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't go to high school. I went to high school here, but I didn't go to college.
Okay. Yeah.
We may have crossed paths at some point, because we're close in age. So.
Okay. Yeah, we might have. All right, man.
All right, dude. Good talking to you. Have a good night.
All right, yeah, you have a good night too. Take care. That's funny. So he had that crazy name with White Devil something something. I wonder if being next to the Sun Devils in Tempe inspired that name. Okay. But yeah, I didn't know that Ebola was back in the headlines. So, yeah, just multiple outlets, Fox, CNN, more, they're emphasizing that truly frightening phase, which actually equals 118. Go figure. And isn't it funny? I mean, he called up and he said, could they be doing something with August 11th in this? And then you look at the headline. First headline equals 198. So we'll see. Well, there's nothing new with WWE and the sacrifices. It's like clockwork. Every time WrestleMania rolls around, you just see all these wrestlers drop dead, former wrestlers. It's the same thing every year. I think for a lot of people come across this work and they're like, man, way more people are dying lately than normal. It's like, no, they're not. Nope, it's just because you're awake now. You're paying attention to it. Nothing's changed. It's just the same thing. It's clockwork. So. Yeah, the WWE event is on August 11th this year. SummerSlam. That's also Hulk Hogan's birthday. Don't forget how Hulk Hogan in 1989, him and Macho Man Randy Savage, they were used to mock the people of the world, talking about how they won't stop until the World Trade Centers come crumbling down, or the Twin Towers. That's how they said it. They won't stop until the Twin Towers come crumbling down, and then they do that evil cackle. Somebody wants to know about how my lady and I met. We met through friends, like how a lot of people meet. So she doesn't like for me to talk about her. Sometimes I say, "Don't you want to come on here and do a video and say hello to the people of the world?" She doesn't want to. Maybe someday she will. Okay, Liz, you didn't have to. You guys can call in. You didn't have to keep giving donations. Let me scroll up. Thank you, though, Liz, and thank you, Gary. Let me see. How far do I got to scroll up here? Okay. All right. Let me take this call. New York, 1 second. I just want to answer this question real quick. So Liz wrote, just wondering if you talked about what's going on in Sudan. If not, what are your thoughts? Liz, I'm going to have to look into what's going on in Sudan. I don't know off the top of my head, but I will add that to my list of things to do. So, oh, and for the person who just called, I was about to go to you right there. You didn't have to hang up. You can call back. Sorry, I just wanted to finish answering that question before I put you on speakerphone. But hey, the line's open. You can call back. Let me see. Sudan. All right. Caller?
Yes, Zach. Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, I've been meaning to do this for a couple years, but I just figured since somebody called, I was going to do it tonight. I know, and this is not a joke. This is legit. I know you're a doppelganger. He looks just like you. He's also with an Asian woman, in a relationship with an Asian woman. He lives in Maryland, and he is identically your twin.
Huh.
I want to send you a picture of him, but I'm afraid you will freak out. But if I send it to your web address, you'll get it?
The Zach Hubbard 83 at gmail.com. Yeah, send it to me. No, I'd like to see that. That's interesting.
I mean, the first time I saw you, I had to sit down because I'm like, I know he's doppelganger, and this is freaky. The same hair, the same clothing, the same white T-shirt, the same haircut. It's all the same. So I'm going to send you a picture of them, but you need to sit down when you see it.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm going to send it to your Gmail.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks, Ed.
All right. Thanks. Well, we'll see.
Can't see the TV. Can we move it over?
Caller?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Just wanted to say, huge fan. Been trying to call all night, so I didn't expect to get through.
You did it.
Okay, so, sorry, not to interrupt you. So actually, everything for me changed too during 9/11. I remember being in class and like thinking, this is a complete conspiracy. What the heck, you know?
Sure. How old were you? Were you in high school or college or?
Yeah, I was a sophomore in high school.
Okay.
Anyway, then I had a child who reacted to vaccines and developed autism after his MMR, which was another eye-opening experience at 20.
What, was your child around 2 or 3 when it happened?
He was 1.
1, okay.
And he had 3-word sentences and was the most athletic 9-month-old, you know, taking off running just to lose so much. And at 11 now, he's much recovered, but still, you know, many challenges. Socially, especially, you know, leading into these preteen years. But not to digress. Point was, I wondered if that was a way to maybe connect some communities, because the cognitive dissonance across the board is just, you know, it's asinine, and it's ruling what is going to be able to reach across, you know, this line in the sand of what is conspiracy, what is not conspiracy, is that whole cognitive dissonance where people just do not want to accept that ego change, that, hey, they might have to change their mind about something. And as a parent who deals with this community of vaccine injured versus vaccine pro, because I don't want to break it down any other way, but in that community, we have to constantly deal with, hey, this is what happened to us, and this is what's happening to you, and you just don't realize. And sometimes the people really do, once they find out, they're like, it's hard to have an ego shift, but then they're thankful that they know and they understand. So, like, with this whole thought and understanding, you know, by the numbers, it's definitely another step in opening my eyes, and maybe we connect the community somehow. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I don't know your take on that.
Well, that's what needs to
I've
happen.
talked about vaccines before.
That's what needs to happen. And I mean, there's all sorts of different angles to wake up, and there's all sorts of different communities. But yeah, there needs to be, we do need to become more connected and more collaborative.
Right, unification of some sort.
Right. So the way to achieve.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
To touch on the homosexuality agenda thing, what's funny is by researching vaccines for the last, say, 10 years, I found that there's actual chemicals in our vaccines that we give our children that, plus the addition of aborted fetal cells, plus the addition of like adjuvants, all in a vaccine that can actually change. I'm sorry, baby. Can actually change, you know, an animal's sexuality in the wild.
Huh.
So why would we not put 2 and 2 together and realize that by triple and quadruple and all these doses of vaccines we're giving our children, you know, more and more and more and more and more, according to the schedule over the last 15 years. Sorry. I got a baby here. Oh, I'm right here. Okay. Funny because he falls asleep to your voice all the time.
That's funny.
But maybe we could put it together that, you know, we might be doing this to the kids in a sense with the vaccine, you know?
Sure.
So look into that.
Okay.
Also, I have one more question. I want an opinion from you. Who do you think the election is going to come down to, and why?
Okay, so it's going to be the 59th U.S. presidential election, and going back to the Simpsons cartoon, they predicted that Trump would be a one-term president followed by the first female president. And since they had the prediction right of him becoming president, I'm thinking, okay, they have him as a one-term president followed by the first woman. So I'm thinking he's definitely going to be going against a woman. And there's been this rivalry with him and Elizabeth Warren since through all of this. So that's possible, but because 59's coded all over Black history, I'm wondering if it might actually be a Black woman, and if so, I think it would be Kamala Harris. So
that's who I was thinking you were going to say.
Yeah, so I imagine it's going to be her, or maybe if it ends up not being a Black person, maybe Elizabeth Warren. But I do believe it'll be a woman. So.
Right. All right, well, it won't take much more time, and I really appreciate getting through. Big, huge fan. Like I said, my baby got used to hearing you in the womb and then came out literally as a newborn would fall asleep to your voice. So
that's funny.
You're always on in our house. So
very cool.
I'll read the book when I get a chance. But for now, I'll leave it all up to you, smart folks. You guys are amazing, and keep up the great work.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just a mom trying to keep my kids well.
Sure. Good for you. You take care. You have a good night.
You too. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, it's a lot of work being a mom. So I went down last week for my my nephew's high school graduation. It's funny to think he's already older than I was when he was born. Talk about how time flies. When you're growing up and adults tell you time flies, it's like you're like, it seems like going slow to me. These school days are taking forever, but it's like once you get out of high school, life does seem to go by in the blink of an eye. But I was down there for his high school graduation, and then his younger sister, she had her middle school graduation the next day, so I ended up going to that. I was planning on doing the makeup episode, but then I ended up in another graduation. Then I was going to do it Friday night, but then chaos erupted, and we won't talk about that. But anyway, after the was it the day of the high school graduation? Maybe it was the day of the middle school graduation. It was one of those days, but their littlest child's into basketball, and he came out. He goes, "Steph Curry scored 47 points tonight," and I was like, "Oh boy, should I say anything?" And then they know that I do the numbers in the sports, so he's like, "What's up with 47?" And I was like, "Well, you know, it's the Warriors' 47th year in Oakland. They raised a banner this year on April 7th, and the Philadelphia Warriors, they won the first championship in 47. And I saw my sister's face look like a deer in the headlights, so I was just like, yeah, okay, I just not gonna talk about this anymore. But anyway. Yeah, my sister, she had 4 children, so she's had her hands full for a long time. I know it's a lot of work being a parent. Okay, you guys, I've been on for an extra hour, and Jonathan earlier, he's like, man, I don't know how you do the sports thing every day. It's a lot of energy and time. And yeah, it is. And sadly, for me, you know, I'm trying to build this movement so we can get resources and hire some people and do a news network. And some resources are coming in for the Patreon, but the only people, well, I should say the only people, that's not true. Thank you to all the people who do donate on the Patreon very much. It's greatly appreciated. But the majority of the people who support the Patreon, they're there because they want sports picks and they want sports information. And I don't have anything problem with that. It's just that I wish that people valued this work so that we could build this movement beyond wanting picks for gambling. And, you know, I really thought as much time as I put into this book and effort and as well as it's written and as much information is in there, I thought in the first year's time that it was out, you know, because there's a big enough following here. And, you know, there's probably hundreds of thousands of people in this world that know that I've been working on this book. So I've been talking about it for 5 years. I really did think that there would be a big support for it. And I'm grateful for all the people who bought it, but it sold way, way less than I thought it would. And granted, it was supposed to be in paper format, but anyone can get the book and get it into paper format through the services that are out there. But I've priced the book at $5, and almost, I bet you the majority of my people who follow me blow $5 at least a few times a week on stuff they don't even need. And like a cup of coffee, you know, a fast food meal. if all 60,000 people who followed this channel had got the book for $5, that would be $300,000, and all 300,000 of those dollars would instantly go into, you know, hiring people, getting a newsroom, a building where we could meet and collaborate and work together, and hopefully build more ways to bring in more revenue to take the movement to the next level. And I've said this 100 times now, so I'm kind of just like oversaying it. I don't know why I'm saying it again. But, you know, right now what I'm having to do every single day is grind. It takes a long time to decode all the sports games and go through them all every single day. And it also makes it so I don't have time to do other things that really need to be done. And it really shouldn't have to be this way, but you got to do what you got to do. So, and tell people support the book, and, you know, cough up the $5, which really is the bargain of a lifetime for the book that you get. It's going to be a daily grind on decoding the sports. And the way that looks is, you know, I got to get up at like 6 in the morning and grind, decode, present for hours. And by the time I'm done, you know, the majority of the day's gone each day. So, and I'm not saying it's like too much work or too hard, but I'm just saying, because people haven't supported the book, this is where the majority of the energy is going right now, to decoding sports, which obviously is not the most important matter of our time. So just want to throw that out there. And it is what it is. So we'll wrap it up. I will be back next Wednesday with the radio show. And I haven't been doing a lot of live streams because if you remember when I was doing live streams, they were getting hacked with porn. And I don't want that to keep happening, because if that continues to happen, I'm sure they'll take down the channel for that as well. So luckily, they haven't been messing with the live stream when I do the radio show, but when I've done live streams for other things, they've hacked them. So anyway, if anyone was wondering about that, some people said, hey, Zach, how come you're not doing the live streams on other things? And it's, well, because the last 2 times I did it outside of the radio show, they hacked it. So I don't know why they don't mess with the radio show, but they don't. So I think that's a wrap, you guys. You have a good night or a good day, depending on where you are in the world. And Kristen, thanks for your super chat. I appreciate it. I don't know what OTT means, but, well, I mean, they were really irritating is what they were, because both of those, the 2 times it got hacked with the porn, I mean, the videos and the live streams were good. There was a lot of good information in there, and then the whole video had to be deleted because there was porn on it. So oh, Zenith is seeing something I see too. Zenith, I got my eyes all over the Jets. Hey, what's Jets equal in Gematria? There's one to leave you with. Jaets. Jets. What Super Bowl's coming up? There's something definitely going on with the Jets this year. Oh, yeah. All right, you guys. Have a good evening. Until next time.